Good morning, OTC fan. What's up, guys? You know who's in the house today. We got to get things started. And, yeah, let's go. Tell him, Caesar C. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Ace Lee, you just found out, brother. You just found out. We got to start it off with the classic. You got to go with the classics. Charles Rowland picking up Snap, MMAT, and Mullen for the movers. I like it. I like it. I like it. Mullen, what a day. I wore this just for Martin Apollo to watch Mullen go to the moon. Let's go, baby. Captain Sensible. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I'm all jacked up. I've been drinking coffee since 4 a.m. Ready to go. Grant, great to see you. Germ Corp, Hooten Morgan, my friend. Clearly, I don't want to give away too much, Brittany, but, you know, I've been hitting it hard, guys. I've been hitting it hard, and ready to do the same with the market today. So we got a lot of earnings out, a lot of earnings to go over. Pretty much good across the board. 3M, really the only thing that is seeing losses, but not really big gains off of anything. Not really, you know, we're seeing 2, 3, 4%. So Coca-Cola, that was a big one. I think we called that pretty stellarly. That's up almost 3%, 59.14. GM had good earnings as well, up 3.5%. Mr. Santa, let's go. I'm ready to see him. I'm ready to see him, Mr. Burry. I think we could be in for a big day. Call me crazy. Good morning, my lady. Well, you know, I put in the work. That's what it's all about. You got to put in the work. Remember, kids, don't do school, stay off milk, and get plenty of drugs. All right. All right. Good to see everybody. Good to see everyone. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I think we're getting right into full swings. General Electric, another one. They had a few caveats in their earnings, but they're up almost 2%. Sabrina, great to see you, Sabrina. Hope things are as well as possible. Much love to you, and just a true testament with you going through what you're going through, taking the time to still come out, drop us this news. Oh, man, much love, Sabrina. TSHA, Astellas and Taysha Gene Therapies announced strategic investment to support development of Taysha's AAV-based gene therapy programs. That's ticker symbol TSHA. Yeah, GE, so their earnings were good. Got to dig into them a little bit, but there was obviously the energy part of it is a little bit blurry. But they're up 2%. Yeah, that's ticker symbol GE, General Electric. Be careful with them. I don't know if an earnings call took place, but they're in the same boat as 3M. I believe General Electric is breaking up the company into either 2 or 3 companies as well. So if you're invested in GE, just something to be aware of. Weber, yes, Weber, General Electric, Weber receives non-binding acquisition proposal from BDT Capital Partners to acquire all of the company's outstanding shares of Class A common stock, and I think it was at a $6.25 price tag. Let me double check that, because I think it popped up to where they're going to buy, $6.25 in cash. So be careful with that one, guys. Weber Grills sitting at $6.54 right now with a all cash deal for $6.25 per share. So 19% drop in adjusted quarterly profit, and cut its annual earnings forecast to from 240 from 280 a share. Earlier expectations went from 280 to 350. Oh man, they only made 1.06 billion instead of the 1.32 billion from Q3 a year earlier, citing raw material shortages, transportation costs, and weakness in its renewable energy business. So energy holding that down. Still seeing a great response to those, Oh, thank you, milady. I really got to get on that. I am slipping. Slipping. So, if I was to just look at those earnings there, Junk Savvy, I would say, okay, this stock should be down 3 to 4%, but up 2%. And 3M, I think we did a pretty good job calling out these earnings yesterday. 3M was the pretty much the only one we were worried about. And they're down 3.5% after their earnings. And let's see what happened with those. Cuts its earning guidance. Q3 sales fell 4% to 8.6 billion. So seems about on par with them, but earnings per share $10.10. So they upped their fiscal year earnings per share. I don't know, but whatever was in this, they didn't like it. Yeah, I see him. I see him virtue signaling about that on social media all the time, Ace Lee. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's an absolute disgrace to humanity that people cheer on killing like that. So that's my opinion. Whatever side, I think when you're glorifying murder, which is what he's doing and others, and I'm not saying that the cause is wrong or he's on the wrong side or anything like that, but really, like, dude, you were an okay actor from the 70s. Get over it. You just sit back and be lucky that, count your blessings that you got that role. Call George Lucas every day and thank him. And move on. Stay the hell out of politics. Stay the hell out of the stuff that you're doing. And be what you are. Just my take. And I'm a huge Star Wars fan. You guys may see that later in the week. Yeah, Disney does, but we might have to be Disney fans. You never know if there's something cooking with Disney and AMC. And I haven't fact checked that, but I seen that they both announced their earnings on the same day. Again, I didn't fact check it. I just seen a couple headlines. No, I just think I think he's entitled to his opinion and all of that, but I just think that he's just cheering on death in any kind of way. And it's such a kooky world that we live in that gets glorified. You can go on InstaSpace right now and see that has 10,000 likes and everybody's dropping them hearts and this and that. But somebody comes out and talks about peace, and they're shut down. Shut down. Get out of here. None of that. Roger Waters, hey, you made some good music back in the 70s. Enough. We don't want to hear it out of you. You got to pick and choose. Oh, nice, Brandon. Nice. Oh, did she ever take off? Whew. And she ran 3.5% yesterday. Closed at 151, now at 228, up 51% in the pre-market on TSHA. Oh, Body Fit Training opens first Canadian location, sets sights on U.S. growth. Well, you know what? I'm looking for a new gym myself. So maybe they come around here, they can get a guy like me up in there. Just saying. Hey, you know what, Mr. Burry? I'm going to be the very best. Like no one ever does. Pokemon. That's all I know. Alright, future's still a little bit red, but not anything too severe. What's up, Lionel? Good morning, good morning. Great to see you, my friend. iSun announces sale of 6.1 MWs of solar assets for $1.7 million. Company also executes EPC contracts for $8.3 million to complete the development and installation of those assets. Once a year, non-refundable, I break out my true identity. Not gonna lie. You know, it happens. It happens. You guys deserve to know. So, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you up early on this Tuesday morning. Arctic Fox Alaska, what's up, brother? Great to see you as always. We got about 18 minutes before the open. What you got eyes on over there, Enzo?
A couple different things. Looking at Baba being under the $65 mark.
Liking that Baba, huh?
Yeah, I IPO'd for 68, so I'm assuming that at some point you're going to see buyers step in around 60, 64. I would assume immediate. If it does break over that 64.95 area, I think that's going to be a runner. It's going to hold its 200. I like that all day. Honestly, right this second though, I'm watching this market turn over. And I think that we're more than likely going to get a little pump to the upside, probably running into 379.21. I would even say that they might just try to kill it.
Okay.
378.96, come back to the downside, and I would be looking back just for support. Anything 375 if it really wanted to go south of that. I'd be looking 373, 372.56 area. Okay. I'm gonna probably be taking quite a few puts at the open within the first 15 minutes or so. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of money to be made today.
Let's make it. Let's make it.
What news?
You too can make money.
What news we got?
Earnings, more earnings. UPS, another one that's up on their earnings, and you know it's. I'm not even gonna. It used to be kind of cut and dry. You know, if a company had good earnings, sure, you'd have some outliers where, you know, companies would fall on good earnings and vice versa. But these last 2 weeks, they've been kind of all over the place. You know, it's pointing out the good, leaving out the bad. You know, leaving the bad out and letting these things run. And they're not, like I said, none of these earnings from this morning are running like they just broke records, but they're all up 2 to 3%.
PayPal's going off.
So I don't know if these earnings are going to hold as investors look a little bit deeper into them. You know, if a knee-jerk reaction to the upside is only 2-3% in the pre-market, it's not telling me that that deeper in these earnings that there's a whole lot of good, especially because they're spinning it as pretty good. So I could see that playing into exactly what you're saying is pretty much what I'm saying. Is I can see a pop at the open and then see him bring it back down.
Yeah, I do see a little bit of upside if they want to take it there. If they wanted to let it run a little bit, I think somebody, and I want to say it was the great Randy Stogner himself, was looking at like the 384, 386 area on the SPY. I would like that if we go there, I mean, immediately. If we get above 381 and we wanted to keep going, I'm all for that. But I don't think that we're going to get that. I think we're more than likely going to get a 371.21. Maybe even a run up to that 380 mark, but I don't think we break it.
Sorry, just messing with some settings here real quick.
No worries. If it holds the 378.40 area, this might want to continue. But if this falls back through its 200 EMA, which is right now at 377.21, if it falls back through that area, we're definitely looking at some downside in the day.
Sorry.
Tesla, I'm looking to short probably anything over $211.11.
Yeah, I was talking to you a little bit about Tesla and my thoughts on what Kevin O'Leary had to say, how he sold out of Tesla, and you know, it's like I was telling you, I love the guy because he's not just this company's done anything like that. Like he still loves the company. He said he's made umpteen amounts of money off it over the years. He just doesn't like it. He said he sold out. He'll be looking to get in again next year. And obviously his balance sheet is an issue if he's looking at it that way, as far as I can buy in, you know, next year, looking for tax purposes. So, and he was, I was also telling you that he's super bullish on Alibaba, on China. So.
Yep. I mean, I like the way that Alibaba is set up right now. I would assume that if it can hold, which it's already done a pretty good job of, but it needs to continue to hold, let's call it 64 flat. I'm willing to give it about 63.60. But I think we break to the top side of 64.70 and then on through 65. Even if it doesn't take me, or even if it does take me a day or two to get that play, that's one that could pay huge amount.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't know how comfortable I would be holding that longer term. And his theory, to add a little something on it, was he needs to have exposure in that market. He can't, right. He can't not have exposure in that economy. So I
don't think I do have any, so that's even better.
He wasn't as rah, everybody go out and get it, but he was more of, this is part of my plan. Like, hey, I need exposure there, and this is the best that you get. You know what I mean? As far as
just diversifying his portfolio.
Yeah.
No, I love that theory. I'm watching the technicals that I look at, and I'm seeing everything play out almost exact. If this decides to get rejected at any point in time in the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes, anywhere around 379.21 on the SPY and about 379.50, I'm loading the boat to the downside on the SPY, looking for anything basically around the 375, just buying 375 puts.
Look at that Hellbiz news. Hellbiz signs merger agreement with Wheels Labs, potentially doubling full year revenue. And Hellbiz up 25% on that news in the pre-market after running up almost 13% yesterday. So Hellbiz been on a little streak lately. See how high that goes. Aaron's. Okay, I missed those earnings this morning. Aaron's shares trading higher after the company announced better than expected Q3 earnings per shares and sales results and raised fiscal year 22 adjusted earnings per share and sales guidance. I swear there was somebody that said Aaron's was going to put in good earnings in times like these. So that came true. Mr. Birdie Hunter, good morning. Same story again. Red morning in Europe, and just before opening at Wall Street, we turned green. 5 days in a row now. Well, it's all about consistency, Birdie. And hey, if we know it, we can play it, we can react to it. That's what it's all about.
Hellbiz might go off.
Hellbiz? Yeah.
Yeah. Someone, I want to say Junk Savvy, had some Elviz back in the day. When I was talking to her and Frog, I might be talking complete.
Yeah, she's got some Hellbiz.
Okay, so I'm assuming that she's obviously done the research so that I don't have to. If she's touching it, I know that it's probably a smart investment. I'm just assuming. But right here at the 40 cent mark, I think this is going to fill right here to about $37 or 37 cents. It might even give you 36. And then I want to see this come back towards that 50-cent area. But that looks interesting.
CBS Frog, good morning, CBS Frog. Great to see you. Great to see you. I'm always having too much fun, non-refundable. I've been being told that since I was a little kid. Tell me that at church. You're having too much fun. You're not supposed to have fun in here. Well, I'm a fun guy.
I have fun at work.
Why not? If you're not having fun, you ain't doing it right.
And I just get to listen to you all day and trade, so that's a pretty good day. My work is fun. Treasury yields are breaking down.
So GDP, I've been a little bit of talk about it. They're still not really focused too much on it, but it seems that if we come in flat, that's going to be a major victory for the economy. So I don't see it that way, but I guess when you have 2 quarters of negative GDP, I don't know. I'm starting to see. I said yesterday that they're not really talking about these midterms, but what I noticed is the way that they're subtly doing it. So I've noticed over the last week on FaceBase and things like that, what you're getting is these paid ads showing inflation numbers throughout the world and spinning it that we're in great shape. We've done awesome. The pandemic crippled everyone and Putin. But America, our numbers are great. Our numbers are great. Look at what's going on in Sri Lanka. Look at what's going on over here. We're not them. You guys should be happy. Joe Biden is doing a great job, and everything is falling into place. So don't be fooled by those stupid ads. Yes, things are worse in other parts of the world. That doesn't mean that that things are good here. That's the most idiotic logic being used right now. And hopefully nobody here falls for it. And again, that's not me saying go vote this side or that side. Just don't fall for the bullshit on either side. What's up, Rodney? Little dueling banjos, yeah? Yeah, we're going to get it going.
Oh, yeah. You won't do some banjos? I'll do you some banjos.
Crypto asking, anyone know what you have to roll to win or lose the gamble? We set it up like gelatinous cube, so you can't win.
Yeah, no.
No
shot. No shot.
I'm just kidding.
It's it's a Pandora's box. Sort.
Yeah. All right, 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. So the SPY looking like it's going to open just about flat.
Exactly where I think it's going to get rejected.
You think we see the little bit of a pump at the bell to the upside?
Oh, I guess they could tickle me. I guess.
I mean, we've got a little pump over the last hour.
I'll take the 379.68. Let's see if it goes and tries to hold this support right here at a bottom of 378.66. Let's see if it goes and gives it that. If it does.
Well, I told you I went rogue on a little bit of risk, and when I say risk, Enzo, both of those calls I paid 42-ish dollars for both of them.
Yeah, no, I went
expiring tomorrow. One call, one put.
Yeah, I held into the I held Tesla calls earlier, so.
Well, you know what it
Wait
is.
A minute. Hold on. Wait. So who is going to tell me that he was in a Captain America outfit?
Oh, you didn't know that this whole time?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's golden. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, no, I mean, I'm shook. Okay, go ahead, go into the market now. No, we're actually setting up to where I do like it. I want to see if it breaks back down through 378.87. It's not good. Apple looking like it's trying to run now. I'm looking on Apple to get rejected right here. Well, right there, actually. $150.23.
Okay.
And it's just we got 2 minutes. That's why am I watching our camp?
Pauline, good morning. Great to see you. Crypto investor. Martin Apollo, my man. We're getting that Mullen pump today, Martin. Just for you, baby, just for you. Does that make it weird now that you've been talking to me while I've been sitting here in a Captain America outfit?
No, I honestly wouldn't expect any less. Perfect.
Hey, we're just getting started.
I mean, hey, I'm with it. No, I was just very surprised.
Good. 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Make that 1 minute and 10 seconds. And then we will be off.
We might have just broke a huge area on the NASDAQ. The 1097, or I'm sorry, the 10972 area on the NASDAQ. We broke up past that. We need to hold that. If we hold that, that's a green day. So we got about 30 seconds, guys. Captain America is gonna fly you into pre-market here.
Yes, sir. Remember, guys, as always, keep an eye on your own charts. You get that slight YouTube delay, and let's have a fantastic Tuesday. We got this. Let's watch Mullen go to the moon. That's what I'm talking about.
Netflix is way too high.
Stanley, good morning, Stanley. We are off and running. And let's see what we got. Flat opening. NASDAQ opening a little hot. Here's that upside. Maybe NASDAQ up almost 0.5%. The Dow opening down 0.17%. The S&P opening up 0.13%. Yeah, you just got to get some white paint. You got to get some white paint, Sabrina. Do it yourself. Okay, little dip here on Mullen. So you know what, though, Martin? I like that. What we called was a rip and then a dip through the market. So if Mullen goes inverse, not the end of the world. I like the action. So still holding 13% gains, dipping around that 55-cent mark. Grant, good to see you, Grant. Always a pleasure, my friend. 1 second, guys. I don't normally do this. I don't normally have any positions coming into the day. But do today. That SPY is...
Be careful here. I have a sea of green on my computer screen.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna take it home for a second, Enzo.
Homes price index is up 13%. Where I thought it was going to get rejected.
Alright, sorry about that, guys. The SPY pushing that 380 mark. 379.70. Yeah, I would say it is, Grant. I would say that, you know, by the terms that we use and how it is today, I would put Mullen in that category. You know, when you're pushing 500 million trades every day, whether it wants to be a meme or not, I think it's definitely in that category for sure. So the S&P now up 0.25%, NASDAQ up 0.75%, and the Dow Jones down about 0.1%. Across the S&P top 10, we got Apple up 0.5%, Microsoft up 0.33%, Amazon up 0.2%, Tesla up 1.25%, both Google's up around 1%. And remember, guys, both Google and Microsoft earnings tonight after the bell. Nvidia up 2%, Berkshire up 0.25%, Meta up almost 3%.
Murphy, shut the fuck up.
And United Health down 0.2%. Oh, I know you do, Mr. Burry. I know you do. REVB up 22%. And that is Revolution Biosciences. Now it's up, Ace Lee. Holy guacamole. I must have been late to that comment. It's up 57% now. And it's at 40 cents on REVB. And let's see. So they announced the results in the preclinical model of acute and chronic kidney disease. Says treatment with REVTX300 significantly reduced renal cortical fibrosis in a dose-dependent manner. Not sure. So what was this? I'm not sure what stage results these were. But again, with plays like this, not to be the Debbie Downer, smaller company, only a 9.5 million market cap. If you're able to get in and out, just remember, with clinical trial data, you usually get a decline into the next catalyst unless it's a bigger company that has other things in the pipeline. So be careful with REVB, but you can play this momentum. Just broke the 40 cent mark with almost 60% gains. Baba fighting around that $65 mark we talked about earlier, with that being the IPO price. So 65.16, Baba up 3.25%. Ay, knocking on Tandy's door. Well, you just ruined it, Mr. Burry. I was gonna be Axel tomorrow, but now I gotta go with something else. I just got exposed for not having Axel's voice. Weber up over that 650 mark. Again, be careful with Weber, guys. WEBR, all cash buyout on the table at $6.25 a share. Right now it's at $6.56. So careful there. General Electric giving back some of those pre-market earnings. All of them are too. And look at this. You got General Electric now up only holding on to 0.25% gains. General Motors still holding 1.5%. Coke still holding 1.5%. But we're seeing those pre-market earning gains have been cut about in half, and they weren't monumental to begin with. Snap up 2%, 847. Neo up 2%, 963 on Neo. Meta holding tough, up almost 3%, 133.50 on Meta. Lucid up 3.25%. Twitter inching closer to that 54.20 mark. 52.23 right now on Twitter, up 1.5%. Borks, BRQS, Borks Technology, another strong morning, 83.5 cents for BRQS. Mullen back down now at 54 cents. So look for the pop there. I'll take a retrace. Like I said, I can see it going inverse the market if we turn back to the downside.
Everything's turning to the downside.
All right, 7 minutes in. The Dow just about half and half. Semiconductors, little green. Healthcare taking a hit. Financials. Looks like banks are taking a little hit. That one. Consumer cyclical. You got Home Depot up about 2%. Lowe's up 1.5%. We talked about that. General Motors holding 2% gain. Starbucks up almost 2%. Nike up 0.75%. You got Amazon down 0.25%. Marriott down almost 1%. Las Vegas Sands up 2%. Tech looking pretty green. ServiceNow up. Synopsys up. Intuit up. Salesforce up. Accenture up. Cisco right around even. Adobe up. Oracle up 1%. Apple still holding a little green. Microsoft still holding a little green. So where are you thinking this is going? I'm thinking it's too early to tell. I want to see how these hold at least for another 20 minutes or so. But it looks like
I think they're about to break low.
Back. You think we're breaking to the downside?
I think we're about to.
There we go, right on cue. Mullen start pumping to the upside. Let's see the market start pumping to the downside.
Don't you threaten me with a good time. I'm ready to party hardy with both hands.
Hey, I'm in it to win it whichever way this market goes. That's the beauty of it. Germ Corp. Let me see. What did Grant say? HSBC had a bad earnings compared to Q3 2021. 42% gross profit down compared to last. And then Germ Corp saying, remember, they were the first bank to bail out of the China property trades. So how do you think that played out for them, Germ Corp, in hindsight? Did that have any effect on the profits being down? And if it did it avoid longer term kind of implosion by getting out? Was it a good move to get out when they did, even though they're kind of seeing a hit with it now?
I just took positions in Tesla puts down to the 200. I have 200 puts until the 28th. I have SPY 370s, and I just bought some more Mara 12s.
You kind of sound like you got a voice mod on a little bit. Like you sound really clear, but you sound a little bit like when Kevin used that thing in Home Alone 2, that recorder. This is me, Mr. McAllister, the father.
Oh, great.
I mean, it doesn't sound bad. It just sounds like your voice sounds extra deep. That's
Nothing's different.
Roll with it then. Roll with it. Like I said, it's crystal clear.
I'll be Barry White tonight. I'll be Barry White. I'm down.
Germ Corp saying HSBC got out easy. There were no major headlines. It was a good move, but it was massive. 140 billion. I think they get to live another day by being the first to bail. Excellent point, Germ Corp. And Grant, thank you for bringing that to the attention. And because that's one of those issues that has layers. You know, you can look at, and that's why I was kind of leaning that way, but I needed the verification from you guys. So thank you for. So interesting that it's a hit, but like you said, they live to see another day. They kind of got out easy with it, even taking that hit. And we'll have to look down the line to see when we get to that point where they begin to benefit off of that, where others kind of, and whether that's a singular event or whether we see things leading up to it, which obviously every day is leading up to it. So appreciate that to our fantastic international friends. You guys are the absolute best. Rumble up 10%, 785. What's Adidas doing off that Kanye news? Is Adidas even traded over here? I don't know if it is. I don't mean to laugh. I can't find it.
All right, Market, just hold these levels. Go back to the downside. Let's regroup. Let's figure out what we're doing, but don't fly right now, please.
Last Kazi standing. What's up, Rich? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. LVTX. Lava Therapeutics. All right, Arctic Fox. Almost 8% gains there, 459. And that is the high at the open. Touch 466 in the pre-market. That is from Weeble. Bratney. Nothing spectacular. Still working on some different options, but want to roll them out when they're perfected. But I do recommend Weeble for just for charting and things like that. I think it's great. Not a paid promotion. I just never had any problems with it. I'm sure that other ones are just as accessible. And so you use Weeble for your charting?
Everything.
There you go.
I use it for literally everything.
Oh, my bad. I just messed that up. I got you, Bratney. Sorry. I went to, Oh, my bad. Was that the expensive piece? Grant saying regarding HSBC, they are still very over leveraged on ISDA. Put a link on the Discord, page 19. Banks derivative exposures, HSBC North America number 9. Whether getting out of China early did anything, hard to say. Fantastic. And I will check that out. And thank you for dropping that information Man, you guys are the best. You guys are the best. Father-son duo, I absolutely love it. I could not be more appreciative. Enzo's having a moment.
Can you tell the spy no, please?
Spy's booming, 380.65. AMC on the move, up 2.25%, 651. APE on the move, up 5%, 256. GameStop, baby, can't stop, won't stop. Let's go, baby, 26.06, up 5.5% on GameStop.
Let's go. Moving up that 25 mark.
That's definitely.
Is that what was happening?
Oh, I'm sorry, you forgot your smoking lamp. Oh, my bad. Was that expensive piece? That's a shout out just to bring it full circle. Kevin Nash, that was Kevin Nash in that part, right? Wasn't Kevin Nash the guy, Sabrina? Kevin Nash, whose son recently passed away. Seeing a heartbreaking update on that. I didn't see the exact cause of death, but I seen that it was released that alcoholism played into it, which was very surprising. Young kid, only 26 years old, and the way that I seen it, and it seemed like it was from long-term abuse at such a young age. So horrific, but that was our little homage to Kevin Nash. The SPY just cooking, 381.42.
Yep, everything's cooking.
Up 2.3%.
Bitcoin's trying to go back to 19.5. Well, this just gives me a area where I can just sit here and try to figure out what's happening in the overall market. What news do we have coming up today?
Today, I don't think there's anything. We get GDP on Thursday.
Beautiful.
I think Google. Oh, is that what it was? He had a seizure that caused a heart attack? Wow. He had a seizure from stopping drink. Oh, Lord, that's even worse. That's just awful. Yeah, prayers to him. That's just awful. But yeah, no. We get the GDP news on Thursday, Enzo. I think probably, Microsoft's earnings are today after the bell, as well as Google, and Visa, Chipotle, Spotify, Texas Instruments. So I don't know. I think it's probably running a little bit on another earnings. We got some of the not huge heavy hitters out of the way this morning, but there were some big names coming out with their earnings, and we didn't fall off a cliff. So maybe it's just a little I don't know.
382.61, the next resistance that I have.
382.61 on the SPY?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Man, that's a shame. And then quitting it ended up being the downfall, which is so unfortunate. And the worst part about that, Charles, is like, as a father, I have to, I can only imagine. Don't for a second say I could, I wouldn't say that I could see what he's feeling, but I have to imagine, like, now you're regretting a great decision. Like, you guys both decided to quit drinking, improve your life. Obviously, that could be a game changer. Do the right thing, and just awful all around. And just another example, guys, of live every day to the fullest. You never know. I'm going to have to watch that later, Lobo. I'll have to watch it alone because it'll definitely make me cry. No doubt about it. Yeah, and how is that LIDR doing on that news? Okay, up 3%. On LIDAR, that's AI Inc. I picked up a little bit of that last week, and it's currently green. I'll try to run that up to $1. Don't mind holding it for a little while. At least, please tell me, Charles, that TMZ was respectful. Not to say that they all always are or aren't, but I've seen some very tasteless interviews out of them at, you know, tragic times. I've also seen some really great interviews out of them. Arctic Fox, I know you're holding some Neo. Did you buy any of that dip? AMC halted up. Or did I read that wrong? I probably read that wrong. Having too much fun.
No, it's not halted. It's not halted.
Okay. Gotcha, Charles. AMV. I'm sorry, Sabrina. AMV. That was totally, you know, again, I was having too much fun. I just seen it real quick. I'm like, oh shit. AMC halted? AMV. Holy guacamole. That green candle taking up my whole screen right now. Looks like Yoda giving me the finger. And that is halted up at 15.15. So AMV halted to the upside, 15.15. Yeah, Arctic Fox, did you buy any of that dip, or you're just riding that Neo out? I know, my bad, Caesar. My bad. That was totally my fault. I know. Hey, I don't make mistakes like that often, but you know, it happens. AMC is moving though, boys. It is moving. It's at 658. We're up 3.5%. GameStop still pushing 26.25 on GameStop. 6% gains there. Ape up 5.25% at 258. Bitcoin pushing 19.5, 19,496 on Bitcoin. Take a quick look over here. Get our first glimpse of the heat map. What do we got? Healthcare getting hit. Banks getting hit now. Insurance getting hit for the second day in a row. What else? Communication services looking good. Semiconductors looking good. Real estate looking good. We seen real estate bright green in the morning yesterday and in the red by the end of the day. Utilities we kind of seen the same with yesterday. Those are both green. Energy not looking great. Basic materials kind of a mixed bag.
I'm looking for the NAS to break. And it looks like right here at the 52, or excuse me, 390 or 382.30 area on the SPY is also place of resistance on the NASDAQ in this downtrend right now on an hour. If you look at an hour chart on the NASDAQ, I think that's going to be downside unless it wants to continue to run through that. That would be a bullish sentiment in my opinion to 13.3, or I'm sorry, 11.3, 11,300 area. If it wants to continue, I wouldn't be surprised to see this at 387, 386 area.
All right, the S&P up over 1% now. NASDAQ up 1.65%. The Dow up 0.5%. I guess we're not in a recession. Non-refundable.
No.
Doesn't seem that way. Rumble up 15%. Just remember, guys, I'm not only Captain America. I sometimes like to be Captain FUD. Just remember, I don't think that we've seen anything that signifies that we've hit the bottom and this is a straight to the moon shot. So don't be afraid to take some tendies if you got positions that are getting into the green. Obviously not financial advice, but still a lot of question marks in the world right now. So get money while you can. Stick to your convictions. All that good stuff. Up 8% on the CCL. You loaded the boat. Okay, I like when boats are loaded. You've been talking Carnival Cruise for a while. And I know you loaded pre $8. I know we're up $8.41, up 2.25% on CCL. And that's Carnival Cruise Lines. Fudman. Oh, yeah. I ain't heard no bell, Mr. Burry. Yeah, that's the way I see it. I think that they'll avoid anything dramatic, Grant. I think like I said, we'll get through these earnings, and we only got 2 weeks. I think the forward thinking, like we talked about with the banks a couple weeks ago, I think the forward thinking and the forward expectations and slashing guidance and things like that aren't being taken as seriously as they should be with some of these companies. I could be wrong. Maybe they turn it around. But I think a lot of these expectations, we're seeing the same thing that expectations were around this time last year. If you guys remember, inflation was still transitory. So companies were basing expectations for Q4 of last year, as well as starting to give guidance for next year on the basis of inflation is transitory. It's going nowhere. So what basis are they making right now? Are they thinking inflation's going to continue to spiral out of control until the Fed grows a backbone and really does something about it? Or are they looking at it artificially and saying, everything's fine, this is fine, everything's fine? Mullen dropping like a rock. So all the way down, hit that 50-cent mark flat and possibly bouncing here back up to 51 cents. And Junk Savvy, that's what that's the downside of a stock that you're interested or in or following getting to that meme stock level, which I think we can put Mullen at, because you have these kind of huge swings. Like, look at that volume. We're a half hour into the day, 160 million trades. So you think the algos are in control right now, Michael Burry? That doesn't surprise me in the least. When you have this kind of volume, I know retail is a big part of this, but come on. When you get a 500 million trades in a day, algorithms are a huge part of that. We don't want to jinx it. Mr. Burry. 275 on 8. And man, you got to feel like something's coming. And that's the thing. I don't want to get my hopes up just yet, Mr. Burry. But, I'll be damned if we haven't had a run the last week. And why would they change the wording in that? Unless it was just a complete, again, be FUD man, and just look at what else. Unless it was just a complete PR move to keep interest, which I don't think it was. I don't think Adam Aaron plays on that level. I think he's a pretty straight shooter, and I think that would have been a little bit if that was the case. But you got to think, if not, there has to be something in the works. There has to be something in the works as far as as far as why they changed the wording on that. Now, whether it's a merger, whether it's, I'm not sure exactly what move is going to be made, but oh, there we go. Time for the takeoff on Taysha Gene Therapeutics. We are up 52% at $2.30 and moving up $2.31 now on TSHA. Market's coming back down a little. The S&P up 0.88% now. The Dow up 0.5%. The Nasdaq up 1.5%. We can come on right back down. So I got 50% on that call, Enzo.
Beautiful.
It was 60. It wasn't 40. I bought at 60 yesterday right before the close and sold at 90.
Every time I look at the stream, man. You got an eagle. Oh, that's majestic, man. Very patriotic. Very beautiful. Does he come with a name, or is he just trying to pick you up?
No, he's just trying to pick me up.
Oh, okay. Like what's that movie with the big white dog?
The big white dog?
The big flying white dog dragon thing?
Oh, Never Ending Story.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Never Ending Story right now.
Turn around. Look at what you see. Don't make me go into it. Maybe I'll be
I'm not making you.
Maybe I'll be a Treyu a little later on this week.
Oh, goody.
Bratney, that what you're talking about? Sorry, the chart that I use to have on here and then my other charts are separate. So hopefully I gave you what you wanted there, brother.
New development. I at least got the bot to figure out how to tell people they're cold so far. Nunya, I don't know if you've been taking LSD lately, but
I think that's a great point, Grant. I think, yeah, it's fine to have reservations on Adam Aaron, but if you're still here at this point, you got to at least trust him enough to see it through. Yeah, I agree 100%. 100%. Like I said, I always try to see all angles, and I don't think that that's something that he would do. I think that there would have been some kind of move. And like you said, I don't think he's perfect. I think he's in a very tough spot. I think he has been in a tough spot, and not in a bad way. Having to please a board, having to please a community, and it's kind of, he was thrown into an unprecedented thing. He was thrown into something where, sure, have investors always been important to CEOs? Absolutely. You know what I mean? But has there ever been a situation in history where a CEO had to be in tune and reach out to a community the way that Adam Aaron did? And you look at how he did and how Ryan Cohen did, and I'm man enough to admit nowadays that I was more on the Cohen train, not because I thought Cohen him himself, his personality, I just believed in the overhaul in GameStop a little bit more. I'm still in both of them the same. I haven't sold anything of any, but I would say that Adam Aaron has delivered more than Ryan Cohen, and taking the Bed Bath & Beyond situation out of it. It's been over a year of basically radio silence out of GameStop. It's been a kick the can. It's been, and granted, AMC has done the same on some things, but we weren't promised this. AMC didn't go out and spend millions and millions of dollars grabbing Amazon executives and things like that. GameStop did. So where's the proof? And again, I'm still. It's not that I distrust them, and I think, Grant, a big thing that people always have to remember that kind of got convoluted, especially in the beginning, is that they're two complete different positions, right? Ryan Cohen's the chairman of the board. Adam Aaron's the CEO, so their responsibilities are very different, and we often put them kind of on the same. And I'm not just making excuses for Ryan Cohen there, but again, they are two different jobs, you know. So, at a boy, non-refundable, up 4% on a SPY put. Yeah, and that was the unfortunate part with it too, CVS Frog. And you know, I don't think we'll ever know what truly happened, who was behind that, you know. And I don't mean behind it like he didn't, you know, do what he did. I just mean as far as, well, why did Ryan Cohen pull out? I think he just thought he was overmatched. And again, the guy's in it to make money. He's an activist investor, but he's still an investor. He's still an investor, and he still should be looked at it as such. You know, it's... Yeah, tough all-around thing. And, you know, who knows what happened behind the, you know, right probably underneath our noses, Grant, when that was, because a distraction is never, a tragic event, something like that, especially as big as that was, with it being right at the peak of Bed Bath & Beyond, then Ryan Cohen, like it was, and let's not forget, the media was the one that forced the run-up. It wasn't Ryan Cohen. We knew Ryan Cohen had bought those calls. We knew that months ago, from the time that they released it. It was the mainstream media that released that information. And then they cried that Ryan Cohen ran the stock up. No, you guys ran the stock up. So whether Ryan Cohen was involved or not, who knows? I wouldn't think so. But, you know, obviously, if you're seeing it unfold, if you're Ryan Cohen, you're watching the media put this stuff out about you, you know that you're in a no-win situation. So, H2O Bubbles, what's up, girl? Hope you're having a safe trip out there. I know you said you were going to be on the road. Hopefully everything's going good. U.S. home price growth slows by record amount in August, decelerating faster than analysts expected. Analysts expected, Junk Savvy, or analysts wrote down that they expected? Because I think they probably expected it, but I think they probably just, you know, everything's going to be a soft landing. We're coming in soft on everything. Well, if by soft you mean we're jumping on those slides, that's about it. And so Sabrina, what do you think is next for Kanye? Do you think this is the nail in the coffin? This is lights out? Does he ever find, you know, and then if Kanye is accepted on a platform like, say, I know he was interested in buying Parler, but what about for a platform like Truth Social, something like that? How does that bode for a stock like that if Kanye's allowed on there, or any of the major platforms? I don't think we see it coming from any of the other ones, but or even Rumble. If Rumble endorses him in some kind of way, something like that, and maybe undercover, that's why we're seeing a little bit of this movement on Rumble today. Never done? Well, Enzo will tell you my thoughts on that. I was sending Nikki to school with the Kanye shirt on today, pretty much.
Yeah, he had a lot to say. He had a few things to say about cancel culture.
I mean, the simple fact is this: everybody has the right to cancel culture, if anybody in the world is offended by Kanye, they have the right to simply not listen to him.
I have to cut you off here. Bank of England is to hike by a 75 basis point on November 3rd, but may go higher. That is from Reuters.
Okay,
We just retweeted
and now wasn't the last hike they did, I believe, was 0.75, and that was like historically high, I believe. Birdie, Grant, Germ Corp, can you verify for that for us that if a because over here 0.75 has kind of worn out its fear. It's not as fearful as the first couple. We'll be on our third 0.75 in a row. Over there, I believe when they did the first one, because they didn't do their first 0.75 till after us. They were we were behind the ball. They were way behind the ball. So I think that could be a big deal. But that's what's amazing about having international superstars in here with us.
The pound extends its gains, but it's now over 1.8% against the dollar. That's not flavor. Neo's flying though.
Neo.
Neo's coming back though. I was just saying. Tesla's coming off that perfect top right here at the 218 mark.
Man, Baba ran up and then crashed right back down. Baba about to go red now.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Neo up at 1021, 8% gains there. Mr. Burry, are you talking over there or over here? I still don't think we'll pivot to a percent. Maybe in December if things go real bad. We still have one hike after November in December, so maybe that, but go long on the Indian rupee as they will waste no time on backhand deals to Infosys. Now that's the company that the guy that's going to be the UK Prime Minister is in on. So basically we'll roll out the WeChat kind of version 2. Is that the expectations, Mr. Burry? From what I know. And the market's still cooking. NASDAQ up 1.45%, S&P up 0.83%, the Dow up 0.41%. Oh, his father-in-law owns it, yes. Yeah, maybe I'll put that on today. It's public information. A little video about him talking about that app. It's pretty scary.
I'm watching the SPY get rejected right there at that 382 again. If we break back through here, we're gonna come retest 380 level.
Oh, so they may go bigger.
There's the link. Birdie just put the link up for Reuters.
So they're at 2.25% right now. Is that right? So they're expected to take the bank rate up by 75 basis points to 3% next week.
That doesn't sound like that's good times coming.
Well, and this is where it's even better. It says, but while that was a view held by 18 of 30 So about 60% of respondents. Outside of that, 10 expected 100 basis points. One said 125 and one said 150. It was then expected to add another.
Has
75.
that ever happened before?
I don't know. 75, and then they say another 75 in December and 50 basis points next quarter before pausing, meaning rates would peak at 4.25% in the current cycle.
Have they ever actually gone? I don't know why. I don't know why, Caesar.
I don't know what that is, Caesar. So AA Ron's balling. Yeah, it sounds like just like a deeper voice. I told you, it sounds like when Kevin pulls the wool over dude's eyes. This is me, Mr. McAllister, the father. I like it. I thought it was just some cool Halloween-ish.
I don't know why it would be changed at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it still there?
No, now it sounds a little different. I figured it was just me because I got like this mask on and stuff. So I thought it was just my hearing, like through my earbuds.
Clearly not.
AMC holding up at 672, APE at 265, and GME holding above $26. We are at 10:18, 48 minutes into this terrific Turned Up Tuesday.
Oh, Turned Up Tuesday.
Turned Up Tuesday. Get that. Start rowing the boat. All right, where are we going from here, Enzo? A lot of.
I want the downside right here. I'm actually playing Tesla to the downside.
Tesla to the downside. So Tesla right now up 3.5%, up at 218.50. Crazy, we were testing those $200 levels just yesterday on Tesla. Now up at 218.43. You like it to come back down to reality?
Yeah, I'm also looking at the fact that the SPY is kind of giving me a trend up here at the top wick. I get top wicks on Tesla. If this doesn't hold here, this is going to continue to come to the downside, and it'll probably work itself right back to that $350 or $380.50 level. NASDAQ looks like it could get rejected here again at the 11,000 mark. If it does, that would make a lot of sense of why I would like to continue to go through and just go south on the NASDAQ. I don't want to see it start pushing up.
Okay. Grumpy, it's funny you say that because I just binge watched that yesterday and fell asleep during the last episode, so I don't know the ending yet, so don't spoil it. All right, 10:20. Enzo, I'm going to go let the pups out real quick.
No worries.
And leave you to your awesomeness.
I mean, it's a little less awesomeness right now, but I can get it. I can take my shirt off for sure.
I like the voice. I think it's Halloweeny. I think it's.
I don't even know what I sound like.
If you ever listen to, there's a true crime podcast that they did with this, well, he was kind of not really a serial killer. I think he only killed one dude. So like I said, it doesn't make him a serial killer. But yeah, he's got Luca something or other. You kind of sound like him right now.
Okay.
Ace Lee, I'm getting there. It's progress. I think we're back on the level, but yeah, it's been a journey. I've had to give her a lot of treats, it's kind of not right. Kind of Transformer, but like if Transformers and humans kind of made like a hybrid, I wouldn't say full-blown Transformer. And I was like, what the?
Beautiful.
Say something fiendish.
Oh, wait. No, I'm good. I'm just confused on why.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all good. We'll figure it out. Things happen.
Sounds like John Coffey. Hey, I can go with that. I mean, if I could have the physique, I'd be good.
I am your father. Alright.
No, I just happen to be daddy.
I'll be right back. Be good.
Later. Oh yeah, easily. If I could, yeah, this physique right here, whew, I'm telling you right now, I would move the earth. What command even is that? You're just throwing out random commands now. Yeah, Saucy, I'm hoping not. I'd like to see it get just rejected here through that 382. But it's more than likely just gonna sit right there, isn't it? Ooh, that's perfect, wick wick. If that decides to go and hold the support over here, here on the SPY at 382, this is gonna break to the upside of 382.46 and just keep going. I could assume that, yeah, he's probably decently correct around the 386, no financial advice, but I just see that I just see VWAP being way back around the 381, and then our 200 being around the 377 mark doesn't make me feel good about the upside in this trade. So be careful either way. Play it smart. Random can, yeah, okay. Ace Lee's understanding. Martin Apollo's calling a 55 wall on Mullen. Ooh, there goes the SPY. That got rejected right there at the 382.61. That's not good. It broke out and it's just getting eaten right now. Keep going. Go, babe. That's gonna be close. 382.60 was the high. We just got 382.59. Ooh, that's not good. That just baited a lot of people. If this stops and comes to the red side of that 382.30, that's not going to be very good at all. It's actually got some volume coming in. Tesla's helping it too. Tesla's flying. There it goes. Tesla has the ability at 219.99 to get rejected. Be careful. SQs are holding right now decently well at the 49. I have that number written down too. 49.50 area. I wanted to... $49.24 is what I had written down, which would give you a decent move right here on Tesla. That's exactly where I have it getting rejected down to the downside. 80% of my SQs in the money. Hey, let's go. Beautiful trades. My Tesla 230s are running. And I get to scale into my 200s. I'm beautiful. I love that. Saucy, those TQs are probably just looking great right now. That's what makes me like scared about the market in general. It's trying to almost try to give you an upside right now that I don't think that it has, in my opinion. 384 is major resistance. Yeah, I agree. I just thought that the 373 would have been the major resistance and then the 376, but apparently that doesn't make any difference. But yeah, the 384.60 area, we had a lot of time there. We still don't want to break away from that 382.60 though at all. Lobo just won. Oh, so okay, it likes a few people. NASDAQ, get rejected, please. Just sit down right there. There's a SPY going up for its daily high. Broke through its daily high. Ooh. Slow down there, Chief. Hold that support at the 352. NASDAQ just turned that candle green. It's looking for support. Yep. Lobo's got that 90 piece. Beautiful. Oh. I shared treasury yields. very, oh, they're way down. Okay. I see what you're saying. Mullins back pushing resistance 1. Man, if the SPY wants to fall and come back against itself like that, just do a nasty little move right here, it's going to. SQs are trying to move back to the top side. Could probably get rejected right here at the 29.50-29 area. It looks like an engulfing red candle right there on the NASDAQ, in my opinion. Yeah. Is that another one incoming on, come on down, SPY, the price is wrong. I would just prefer it to be even more so wrong, like to the $81, like 381 measure. What just happened? Ooh. There's a double bottom on. Oh yeah, that's not good. Even on a minute candle, SPY is not looking very healthy. I got bought up pretty quick. If we don't hold the 382.29 on a minute candle, we should be seeing some downside. But we did just step. Ooh. We stepped up. We need to hold 382.33. It did. If you're gonna go, just go. Don't get rejected though. Google's trying to go to the downside though. Yeah, Google's up at 103, and it shouldn't be. I could see Google coming right back to 102.41, no question. Even lower, 101. Tesla's trying to break to the top side right now for absolutely no apparent reason. Thank you, Tesla. Appreciate you coming back for just a little bit.
All right, what did I miss?
Lobo likes Birdie Hunter a lot.
Okay, all right.
I'm looking at why Tesla's trying to pump right now and waiting for my limit buys to go off. Amazon just took a huge downside move as well.
Amazon now in the red, 119.68. Both those Googles up 0.75%. Microsoft up 0.37%. Tesla Did Tesla break 220? Tesla breaking 220 right now. 220. Even on Tesla, up 4%. Meta still up over 3%. Nvidia up 3.5%. Pepsi slightly in the green. Apple up over 1%. How about that GameStop though? 26.57, 7.5% gains on GME, 6.5 on AMC at 681, and almost 6 on APE at about 260. All right.
GME is about to get rejected at the 26.63 area. Unless the market goes, which I don't think it is, because on the 1 minute, SPY just broke to the downside of later. It's going to try to hit this 382.11 mark on the SPY, which is I guess technically it's 50. On a 5 minute 5 minute candle though, that's breaking down, trying to go to the 381.80. Right there, exactly where it went to. I mean, like, as I just said it just ran right there and held.
You know what I got to say about that SPY? Come on down.
Oh, you want to play Plinko? You want it hitting every little rung on the way down?
A couple.
I mean, I don't want it to hit a ring. I want it to go.
I want it to be a fantastic voyage. Because it is a long way to the top.
I mean,
Bitcoin still flirting with that 19.5, 19,476 on Bitcoin. Are you concerned at all with the stability of Bitcoin lately? Or do you think it's just a fluke?
Yeah, I've been doing a little research. Look at that big candle on Tesla here. Excuse me, on the SPY. Hold on a minute.
Look at these big
Google
candles
just
on
broke.
Bed Bath & Beyond. Bed Bath & Beyond shot up about 20%, ran up to 518. Couple red candles on it now, still up 16.5% for BBBY at 495.
It'll probably go to $5.32.
10 cents a day till Friday, Martin. Then we make that push through $1, baby. Let's go. We get it to 60 today, 70 tomorrow. We're flying high when they come out with that, with those test drives and whatnot.
SQ's trying to move through its VWAP to the north side of $50.42, which used to be a level of support until just now.
Bed Bath back above 510, 516, 518. A little bit of volume pouring in here in this last just about 15-20 minutes on Bed Bath & Beyond.
SQ's broke up above VWAP. Google broke under its VWAP as well. Nvidia, Tesla held it. Meta's about to come back to reality here very quickly. I'd be taking SQs to the top side. SPY's down. Even Mara as well. Mara is up at $13.73. It was at $9 or something like that 2 weeks ago. The range on it is incredible.
Has Mara's volatility outdone Bitcoin at this point? I have to imagine.
I mean, it trades very similar to it.
But like we haven't seen, so that's 9 to 13. That's 40% upside. Like we haven't seen that big of a swing in Bitcoin in that same time, is what I'm saying.
No. Yeah, that's correct.
So I like that. And find that more and more people are going away from buying or even trading Bitcoin and getting their exposure through mining plays like Mara, Riot, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, I definitely think crypto is here to stay. I don't believe that right now is a good time to buy it. Unless you're, creating a cryptocurrency, buying for a portfolio for a length of time where you can just buy dips when you see them out 20-30%, something like that. That's different, but I don't think that buying a massive amount of anything right now would be a good investment. Your ROI would be very poor.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I don't think cryptocurrency is going anywhere. I don't think Bitcoin's going anywhere. But I think some of them will be, a lot of those altcoins, I think, will be weeded out in the next couple of years. And
I mean, it's just, I look at it as it's a generational progression. You see the technology just like a Xbox or a PlayStation or something like that. You're basically going to see them upgrade the products as they go. And right now, there's 10 times the projects for a lot of less initial money, or when that psychological, oh, that's $19,000 per coin feeling.
yeah. Well, and now you have, so it seemed like last year you had banks, you had institutions making the push to get involved with Bitcoin. This year, right now, as a matter of fact, what's going on over in Saudi Arabia, calling it Davos in the desert, I think we see that those same kind of investors that were looking to get some of Bitcoin, however, whether it was through exposure in something like Coinbase or, however they were doing it. I don't know what we're seeing them get exposure in here. They don't. It's crazy how billions are going to be invested over there. It's being talked about, it's being covered, but again, it's being covered in a way like this is okay. So you're going to have American money. You have these banks, you have Jamie Dimon speaking over there. And let's not forget, these banks control a lot of American investing money. I guess all the ESG stuff kind of goes out the window when it's not a made-up cause that we're fighting. So I guess on that end, it's fine for any investments in Saudi Arabia. But it all lines up with construction was actually started on the line. You see that? Like, they're not bananaing. Like, it's actually happening. So I'm sure investments from, American investments are going to be pouring into that situation, and it's not going to be talked about. It's okay when it's the banks doing it. If it's a political figure, if it was Biden investing in it, it wouldn't be okay. If it was whoever the Republican candidate is investing in it, it wouldn't be okay. But because it's just banks and everything like that, it's it's cool. It's going to be good. And what scares me, Enzo, is the interviews coming out of there this morning were all sunshine and lollipops. It was straight sunshine pumpers. It wasn't, well, how are you guys addressing the global situations? Saudi Arabia kind of plays both sides of the fence in a lot of situations.
Right.
Our geopolitics going to come into this. It was, investors are optimistic over here. There's new and exciting. It's like, really? Really?
No. Adidas ended its partnership with Yeezy.
Which, every company has that right to do it. If the troubling thing there is, like, from what I know of Adidas, they probably were all on board for the stuff he was saying. because I'm pretty sure they were like founded by Nazis or something. So.
Wow. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yes,
allegedly.
very spicy.
So.
No, I don't know. I have not a clue.
No, and A, that term gets thrown around very loosely nowadays, and B, we pick and choose where it's a bad thing nowadays. And again, hey, you say dumb stuff, that's what can happen. Kanye knew exactly what he was getting himself into. Like, I'm all for freedom of speech and everything like that. Like, but when it comes to a pay, you know, if you're, you know, I don't have that. Who do I gotta answer? I gotta worry about offending you. You gotta worry about offending me. Like, but when you're in that part of that hierarchy where it's like, you should know better than that. You're getting paid millions of dollars. You know what you say. So, like, as far as him getting dropped by Adidas, like, I can understand it. You're a company. You want to keep an image. You know, it happens. And Kanye's not on that level. Like, it's not a Tiger Woods. Like, Nike didn't drop Tiger Woods when he did what he did. Like, not that they're on the same level, but
Tiger lost
the
hundreds
banking
of millions of dollars.
Tiger lost hundreds of millions, no doubt about it. But he wasn't just gone, you know.
No.
And again, not comparing the two situations, just their statuses is the only thing I would say is comparable.
Okay, so let me ask you on the business perspective, where is the line though? Because you'd have to eventually, I don't like that people can lose their jobs over things that they say that have nothing to do with their job or something like that. But as a business owner and somebody that goes and looks at the optics of things all the time, how do you go and sit there for 1 second and not go, well, hey, if this guy's running his mouth, that makes my business look bad.
Well, I think it depends on, I think if you're a public figure, you know, being endorsed and you're saying it in the public light, then I guess it's different. You know, I think that if you're an accountant or something, or you're a just a regular well-paying job and you voice your opinion politically on a social media site, you shouldn't be able to lose your job for something like that. Like, but I understand the difference. If there's a big difference between, you know, an office worker and Kanye West. Like, obviously what he says, but again,
I understand the optics, but what if it's regular Joe from Walmart?
Yeah, that's where it's troubling.
Who's in management.
And that's why I always talk about, you know, these are the ones that get talked about because these are the big ones. Just like Alex Jones. I could give two bananas about Alex Jones himself, as far as those lawsuits go and as far as covering it. But the precedents being set apply to everybody. You know, it's not the extreme case that we have to be worried about getting sued and getting a payout of $1 billion because of something we said. No, but we could lose our jobs. You know, that's where it's going to. And eventually that becomes, there's only one way to think, and it's the way that the media and everything else tells you. And if you can honestly look at the media, look at social media as part of the media and see it on a global scale, and if you can't tell that certain views are suppressed and certain views are propped up, then you haven't been awake for the last 3 years, because it's right in front of your face. And I think it's a much bigger issue than a left-right thing. I think the left-right thing is just an artificial way to keep us busy, keep us fighting each other, keep us, you know. No, he won't pay a penny, Tiny, but that's why I say I'm not worried about the money, but I'm worried about the precedent that it sets. I'm worried about the precedent that it sets in the fact of you can't question anything, you know. Do I think he was wrong? No, I don't think he was wrong, because I think he was just voicing his opinion. I think his opinion may have been wrong, but I think he still has that right. And the simple fact is, we don't live in a day where there's 3 channels on the TV, and even the absolute worst the worst watched show is watched by hundreds of millions of people. It's not that day. if you don't like somebody, don't watch them. You've got to go out. You've got to actively go out of your way to find Alex Jones and watch him. So if you got a problem with it, just don't do it.
Right.
Yeah, we go about protesting in the wrong way a lot of times, Ace Lee. I think intention is usually good, but there's a lot of different ways we can go about it, and it I'm all for protesting. You should use that. Everybody, peaceful protest is a beautiful thing. It's made changes throughout history, and I think people forget how much power it has, because right now, Ace Lee, nobody's ever protesting the upper echelon. Essentially, what you're seeing in this country is us protesting each other. This side protests that side protests this side, and meanwhile, all the people at the top just keep they keep us busy.
I'm going short off of this 382.75 if it breaks to the downside, and it's not going to.
That's right, Tiny. You got to come back to America first. America first. You need to be an American before you're a Democrat or a Republican or a liberal, whatever you want to classify yourself as. That's fine, but you need to be an American first and foremost. Amazon allows Venmo at the checkout. Okay, so PayPal gets a boost there.
I did need to go and call something out. Just some boof in the chat. I'm ready to touch some cheeks on COD. Whose cheeks are you touching? I promise you, you won't.
Who said they want to play some COD?
Oh,
Caesar C?
Caesar
Nice.
C himself.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
No, Caesar, you're gonna get touched. Don't lose money on a video game. I'll play you for some quarters, man. Take all your lunch money.
Yeah, I seen that, Ace Lee, and I don't agree with either one there. But again, it's a perfect. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Enzo. It's a perfect example of you're hurting the wrong people. You're protesting peace. I get what you're protesting, but it was just a guy, and I'm not saying the guy should have ran him over or whatever he did. I didn't watch the whole video, but. The guy was trying to go to work, man, or trying to get home from work, whatever the case. Like, I don't know. Go.
I don't mean to laugh. Damn.
And that's true too, Michael. Let's be real. Peaceful protest is all about implied violence if changes don't happen by sheer numbers versus minority. I agree. But again. And that's why I lean on you guys so heavy for the international outlook, because I see how things are here, and I think 100% here our protests are just left right. It's not the last thing that the parties came together, that people came together to protest. I can't remember. 9/11 I think was the last time that I've seen any kind of unity in this country as far as, okay, this is a realization. Our petty bullshit doesn't matter. Our little differences don't matter. That was the only time, and I'll say that till the day I die, the most patriotic I've ever felt, the most, and I don't mean just by myself, I just mean the atmosphere, and maybe it was a local thing. I'm not too close to New York City, but I'm in New York, so it hit a little bit close to home. There was a lot of people that died locally here. There was people that worked there. My sister's cousin was in the second building. She made it out. God bless her. Everybody that she was with did. So everybody was affected by it, and there wasn't any of that garbage. Didn't matter. It just, no one cared about anything. It was America first. It was safety. It was pride. It was, and I told you guys before, corner stores here, people that, there was fear that like people would take it out on anybody that was of any kind of Arab descent or anything like that, and it wasn't that. Our local store owners, they were flying American flags, they were showing pride, and it was an amazing feeling. It sucked that it had to come out of something so horrible.
So right, and I just had a thought, like, why does it have to get to that?
I don't know, man.
Why does it have to continue to get to a tragic point in time for people to appreciate what they have?
Well, and it happens on every level. It happens on a grand scale. It happens in each and every one of our personal lives on a smaller scale. That saying, you don't know what you got till it's gone. It's not just a clever Cinderella verse from a rock ballad from the 80s. It's the real deal.
Tesla's trying to break up over the 220/80 area.
What that SPY doing, says non-refundable.
Hopefully getting rejected, bruh. Kieran said earlier, Saudi Arabia wants to join BRICS. That's going to be a huge problem for the US dollar.
Yes, it will.
Also, let everybody know that our Tesla, or not a Tesla, what am I saying? I just looked at the Tesla stock ticker. Yeah, if the SPY doesn't hold this 82.46 here, I'd like downside. I'm just trying to find where this bounces and goes lower, because there's absolutely no way in my mind that we're ready to go into a bullish market, if you want to call it that. I don't think that there's any room to say we're out of the woods yet.
No, but we know we're probably going to get good earnings out of Google, good earnings out of Microsoft. Well, I don't know what
Apple's tomorrow.
Apple's Thursday. Apple finishes off the week, or Apple, Microsoft and Alphabet today. Meta's the big one after the close tomorrow. Then Amazon and Apple are after the bell on Thursday.
Seems like I'm being set up. That's what I feel right now.
Well, and then we go right into two stocks that have been flirting with all-time highs, record profits, Friday morning with Exxon and Chevron.
Are you drinking out of a Yeti right now?
I always drink out of a Yeti.
Do you have Tina Belcher on your Yeti, bro? I don't think you do. Okay. I've reached a new hierarchy of Yetis. You know Bob's Burgers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got you some Tina Belcher.
Okay. That's
yeah,
that's okay. I see that name a lot. I never put two and two together. I've watched Bob's Burgers, but not extensively. I never.
Come on. No. Don't.
I like that, Birdie. So when Holland becomes the world champion, and I like that you Americanized it for us, Birdie, and called it soccer. Tip of the cap to you. I think you only did that because Captain America's here. But next month, they all get together and jump in the canals of Amsterdam in orange shirts. That's something positive that gets us Dutch together. See, we need more stuff like that. What can we start here? See, but all of ours are competitive. And even that, we don't know how to do right, Birdie. We win a championship and we flip cars over and burn stuff. And if we lose, we do the same thing. So it don't matter. A question for outside the charts there. Did you change how much is given for exclamation point OTC? Are you trying to preserve something here? We'll get back to you on that one, Junk Savvy. AFCG and CGC acreage shares slightly up on securing up to an additional $50 million in its credit facility and deal with Canopy. So it's AFCG and CGC. And what were you saying now about the OTCs?
No, nothing has been changed.
Grumpy saying ignore that question. I think there's a little OTC riff going on in there. But the market, let's see, where are we at? 0.94% gains for the S&P, the Dow up 0.54%, NASDAQ still leading the charge, up 1.44%. All right, Germ Corp, you know the deal, baby. Be safe out there. Captain America will be watching you. You need me, just whistle. Have a great day, brother. For real, though, be safe. Always. You know, that's why I think Enzo got so silent there. I seen him. He didn't know that he was sharing his screen the other day, and I seen him dabbling with some OTCs on the dark pool. So I'm not gonna say, you know, there is or there isn't OTCs being liquidated through the dark pool. I'm not gonna do it. I don't make those accusations.
No, I mean, where would anybody get that from, right? I didn't just say it. So I wanted to go and kind of bring this up as like a tinfoil hat theory, but it's kind of...
Well, let's say goodbye to Lobo first, because he's got to take off to town with his girl for a doc appointment and some lunch. Enjoy, Lobo. Always a pleasure having you here, buddy. Thank you, as always.
Double bottom on Mullen. Martin's calling out. Have a good day, Lobo. Tell the lady we said hello.
Absolutely.
So the Phillies have the ability to win the World Series. Do you know that?
I'm aware.
Okay. Have you already seen this and heard this?
How the market tanks when they win the World Series?
When they win the World Series,
yeah,
the market absolutely throws itself into a free fall.
Yeah, and ironically, that could very well line up again. So when does...
Oh, no, I mean, let's look. I'm gonna call it here. They're going to lose in probably 6 games. So
do they have to win the World Series to tank the market, or they just have to appear in it?
No, they have to win the series.
Okay.
I mean, if they beat the Astros, first of all, here's why this is gonna work. The Astros are the most hated team in baseball. No question in my mind.
Yeah,
it used to be the Yankees. It's got to be the Astros.
Yeah,
oh,
I agree
Lobo,
with that.
She's a legend. I love her already. Big hard eyes to her too. No, but the fact that they can win the World Series against Astros. What the hell was I just gonna say? Rockets. About to break resistance MMAT.
And the materials. Pop squash. Hey, I can get on board with that. Especially with the stability lately. You know, I could see crypto getting ready for a pop, loading up for it. Hopefully it doesn't, you know, some kind of event doesn't push it the other way, but
absolutely. But if it does not want to come back with the market, I think the market is going to be the overall decider. And I think if the market starts crashing, nobody's going to go and put any money towards crypto until they find what they feel is comfortable to say as a bottom.
No, but hopefully, I mean, with what we've seen with Mara, like we were just talking about a minute ago, 30 to 40% gains in the last, how was that, week? Not matching the gains of crypto, although crypto's, you know, been steady. So if crypto does get that pump, you're gonna see those big gains on those crypto plays. And it doesn't seem like they're gonna lose it back. So say we run up to 20,000 here, you see Mara push up another 5%. then it retraces to 19.5. Mara may only give, 3% of that back.
If Mara makes it back to 19, what did you just say?
No, I'm just saying if Bitcoin was to go up to 20,000 right now, you can pretty much guarantee a 5% jump in Mara.
Easy.
But what I'm saying is if it retraces then back to 19.5, it seems like lately how those gains got compounded to Mara running up way more than Bitcoin over the last week is it's not giving it all the way back on that Bitcoin retrace.
Right. So eventually it's either going to give that back all in one fell swoop, or it's building towards Birdie Hunter's picking up some XRP. But yeah, I would love to see a 10% move in all my crypto. That'd be great.
All right, Charles Rowland, thank you again, brother. Always appreciate everything you drop in here, my man. Much, much appreciated. I would love to see XRP. I know a few people holding some XRP. I would like to see some big movement in that. I am not holding any. I am holding some AI though. LIDR up 3.5% at 86.2 cents. Excuse me. Rumble holding above that $8 mark, up 13% on RUM. Hellbiz, after shooting up, let's see, how high did it go? Ran to 43.5 cents just before the market opened, and now up 4.5% at 32.5 cents. On that news, that news that's expected to potentially double their revenue next year, I would think there would be bigger upside, but
Man, this bot hates crypto. This bot hates crypto investor. I haven't seen him win once yet. Oh man. I just was sitting here looking at the games, not to go back to my tinfoil hat, but game 5 is when they're in Philly. I'm thinking they gotta win it in either 6 or 7 to make it in Houston, because Houston's about the only city that's going to be able to take that much pain over and over again.
Well, what I see is I see a situation that could be, what do they call it, manifest destiny, where
right, okay,
we could potentially do it to ourselves. So, okay, the Phillies are up 3-1. We're going into game 5. Do people turn, do they adjust the algorithms? Like, hey, shit's about to go down if the Phillies win, man. Let's be prepared. And just everybody's set to sell off because they know, like, could it create something much bigger than it really is? Obviously, it happened ironically. Like, obviously, there wasn't a real implication. It's not like the Philadelphia economy was so stimulated that it crashed the market. You know what I mean? There was no real.
It has nothing to do with any of that. I get no. I'm just, the Phillies suck.
But that's what I'm saying is when something Harper's like that gets out there though, and it starts to gain traction, people can make it. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I think it's called manifest destiny. I could be wrong.
Yes, it is called. Yeah, you're speaking it into existence.
Yes, there you go. It'd be cool.
Yeah, no. I mean, if one thing I do know is people will come out in droves to hate on Bryce Harper. I'm one of those people.
Well, what's it called on a grand scale, Caesar? If multiple people think it into existence.
It's called delusional.
Maybe manifest destiny doesn't mean what I think it is. What I think it does.
The breaking news: Russian courts just denied Brittany Garner's appeal to her 9-year sentence for a vape cart.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh my.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Now, I got a question. How the hell, as a United States diplomat of any sort, whether that's anybody that's a liaison or whatever from How do you go and allow that girl, who is a professional player in the United States, be sitting in a jail in Russia? That doesn't look good on the United States, in my opinion.
No, and it's. I mean, I think it's a terrible thing. But I think there's probably a lot of other people, unfortunately, suffering from unjust sentences too. Like and you know, I get that it's gonna. I wish it would raise awareness for other cases. I wish it would. And don't get me wrong, I would like to see her. I think that sentence is ridiculous. I think that's, you know, there is a part of me that says, hey, you break a law in another country, you should be aware of these laws, you shouldn't break them. I get that, but come on, this is ridiculous. And she's being used, and you know that's one of my biggest pet peeves.
Right.
She's being used politically right now, and that's not right. Yeah, there is, but again, it's a tough situation because I don't think that it should be the number one priority on our list. Obviously, there's a lot of other things going on, but it's a situation where nobody wins. There's nothing where, I don't know, and I guess I can not understand the Russian side of it, but can see that they're just using the harshest extent of laws that they have on the books to make an example. I think it's pitiful. I think if, you know, I always talk about peace talks. I think if Putin wanted to have any kind of sign of good faith or anything like that, release her. What is that doing for you? What is holding somebody that's just pissing a bunch of Americans off more doing for you? Let her go. Tell the world, hey, this isn't between you guys, okay? Even though we're involved, I think that would be a great message. I think if he was to say, here, you know, whatever, go home. And I know it'll never happen, guys. You don't have to tell me that I'm living in a fantasy world. I know. But just think of what one simple action could do. We talk about what we could do. You know, I hold doors for people. I say please, thank you. Make somebody feel special at the drive-thru who looks like they're having a terrible day. Stuff like that. Think about what Russia could do right now just by saying, you know, this isn't an olive branch. This is you guys, we don't got no beef with you. We don't want no beef. This is between us. And seems simple when you look at it like on a child level. Like, yeah, if I had a bunch of 12-year-olds that were being dicks, what would I make them do? Because that's how we got to look at our world leaders. Like, make them sit down. It's like, no, Mr. Putin, you go over there. You get in your corner. You come over here. You guys talk it out. Seems so basic, but nothing will never get to that extent. Back to you, Enzo.
I'm just looking at a bunch of headlines right now that are all just horrible. Oh yeah, nope, that's not gonna work.
I'm not saying that there's good stuff. All I was saying, Bratney, is like that it's a perfect example of like if peace or anything like that was like a real possible outcome, we could see stuff like that happen. It could. That's all. At least ease the tensions. At least ease. You know, I'm not saying that that's gonna solve world peace, but
STX 60 strike weeklies are getting called, I mean, a huge amount right now.
STX, Seagate Technology.
STX, yep. There's calls.
A lot of S&P's cooking non-refundable up now 1.18%. The Nasdaq up 1 3/4%. The Dow up 0.75%. SPY up 383.12 on the SPY, up 1.12%.
I mean, it's looking like it's doing a very, very good job, at least right this now, non-refundable. News consumer confidence index fell. Ooh! Fell 5 points. Well, that's not good. Oh yeah, that's not good. There's your downside right there.
I feel like that number's even still inflated though.
Oh, easy.
Like I can't see consumer confidence being even that high.
No, there's no way. That's definitely got to be manipulated.
And yeah,
but that is where your downside comes from.
Mr. Burry, you know where I stand on everything. You know that I'm not trying to justify one side or the other or anything like that. I just want peace. I just want to see peace, and I want to see people not used as pawns. If leaders want to fight it out amongst themselves, that's fine. Go do that shit on an island somewhere. Dana White already has it. Go to that island in Dubai. You know what I mean? Zelensky, Putin. Let's go. Pay-per-view, I'll pay for it. You can have a mandate of that. If they forced us to watch that on pay-per-view, I'd be like, hey, I like freedom, but I'll cough up to $13.99 to watch it go down. And just let it be. I just don't... And that's why I'm so hopeful, Daniel, is because I think people are understanding more and more every day that governments don't necessarily always speak for the people, and that, people as far as across the world are the exact same. You know what I mean? We have the same wants in life. For too long, you didn't know. You just seen what a government did and assumed that their citizens were all for the same thing. And now everything is, people are becoming people, and the proof's in the pudding. You're talking to some dude across the world in a Captain America outfit right now about some serious bananas. The fact that that's able to happen tells me that we're still headed to a good place. Might take us a while to get there, but we're going to get there. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Love it. Yeah, and if I would completely understand, Daniel, if you didn't want to share any of that, or if you wanted to share some of it privately, but anything that you do feel comfortable sharing about that experience, listen, I'm as open-minded as they come, and I would love to. You'll never hear me question a first-hand experience, and I think it always helps people grow, because it's a lot different when you're seeing things through someone else's eyes. So that's awesome. I'm glad you guys are going to get to spend some time together. Yeah, I would love to just get his feel on it. I would just love to get his feel on it. And I get it's going to be different everywhere you are. Like, I'm sure on both sides that there's some people that are gung-ho to keep this thing going, and I'm sure that there's just as many people on both sides that just want peace, want this stuff to come to an end. And hey, it will eventually we'll get some kind of outcome. All we can do is hope for a peaceful one and do our part. That's all. Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I know you're not gonna force the issue. I know you're gonna be all about showing them a good time, enjoying the time with them, and absolutely do that, And that would be another thing, completely understandable if he didn't want to talk about it at all. If he wanted to just leave it there and enjoy his time with you, you know the deal. And you're an outstanding gentleman, Mr. Burry, so I know you will handle that in the most classiest way that you can. Very interesting. Very cool. Very cool. All right, 11:20, guys. We are 1 hour and 40 minutes into this fantastic Tuesday. What you got eyes on, Enzo?
Why my keyboard decided to quit working? So I'm just replacing batteries, but I'm still just waiting for the market to top out. I think that with all that, or with the news that Junk Savvy just dropped about the index, that could start things to the downside.
Okay. Yeah, they sure do, Mr. Burry. They sure do. They sure do. They just need some reasonable people, some level-headed people, some people that understand that there's plenty to go around. And I know I'm a sunshine pumper in that sense, you know. And that's why I say it's gotta start small though. It's gotta start small. It's gotta start in your own town, city, village, whatever you live in. That's gotta be, you know, where change starts in a positive way. And we can all do it. We can all do it. We all got local elections coming up in a couple weeks. Again, get out and vote. An informed voter is the most powerful tool we have against any form of authoritarianism or anything you want to look at. And not just a voter, an informed voter. And a disinformed, misinformed, or uninformed voter, it doesn't help the cause. Whatever the cause is that you happen to see, you know. Well, eventually, see, if you ever seen Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Michael, eventually that's what has to happen. They have to, in order for history to not keep repeating itself, it's going to take the help of George Carlin and a couple of guys from Pasadena. And what they'll have to do is come up with a simple yet powerful way to change the world. And all they did was they came up with the slogan, "Be excellent to each other."
What does George Carlin have to do with it?
Because he was Rufus in Bill and Ted. He was the man. Listen to this man, Rufus. He knows what he's talking about.
Right.
Okay, Bertie, you got a new governor lady in Alberta that looks promising? Okay, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear, that people using the power of the vote. Maybe vote on some Neo, up almost 9% now, 10.27 on Neo. And that metamaterials ran up to 99 cents, couldn't break that dollar, and back now at 98.2 cents. I don't know. I think Ace Lee, I think a lot of that quote unquote wokeness stuff is fading. I hope just because it's there's a lot of ridiculousness behind it. The sad thing with it, Ace Lee, is I feel like it manipulates everyday people to get behind causes that they think that they're fighting a good fight. You know, if anything, I've seen that over the last 3 years of good people manipulated into hateful feelings, you know, because it's never, like I said, it's never protesting or being against an idea. It's against each other for one way or another. Ape up 7.5%, booming 264. AMC up 7.5%, 684. That puts us, around 940, 942. GameStop, still the belle of the ball, up 9%. See, I talked a little smack about Ryan Cohen earlier, and GameStop's like, oh yeah? Let me remind you, I'm still in your portfolio, jerk. 26.93, 9% gains for GME. CLX Clorox recalls Pine Sol scented multi-surface cleaners. I use those. Clorox Pro Pine Sol all-purpose cleaners. I use those as well. And Clorox Professional Pine Sol Lemon Fresh cleaners. I also use those due to the risk of exposure to bacteria. Ooh.
Well, you gotta go to the store, huh?
Someone gotta have some splaining to do.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mattel has secured a franchise deal with Pokemon. Whew. Hard for me to gauge how big of news that is. I'm not in touch with the Pokemon. Like, is how big is Pokemon still?
It's extremely big.
Is it? Is it?
I think that what they did with Pokemon Go is possibly one of the most dangerous and
brilliant
things in the world. Really,
yeah.
honest. Yeah. I mean, because
it is.
You took VR and now you can essentially create a map of every place in the world that a phone with Pokemon Go is.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. It lost steam, like it because remember when it first hit, and then people were myself included, people were getting hit with those huge bills because of how much data it was using. I mean, most people upgraded to but it took a hit there, but it's still, like, Nikki still jams it.
Well, think about if you're having to call your service provider and say, yeah, you can put me on hold for 15 minutes. After you go through the 15-minute hold, you have to go and then say, hey, I would like to change my plan for more data. Just to pay more money to play a game that's on your phone for free.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
Yeah,
oh,
it's a big deal.
It starts off for free.
It stays there.
Yeah.
You choose to make that microtransaction, man.
Exactly.
There's no...
Exactly. And I mean, my kid was always good about it. Like around here, like there's a couple of hot spots that like there's always people at. And like, you know, Nikki's, okay, we're out of balls, let's go home. Like, what, you know. But I see, I see kids throwing themselves on the ground. I see kids just, you know, until their parents hit that. And I'm not saying to do that, you know, but I be seeing parents bow down.
Oh yeah.
Next thing you know,
I can't tell you how many times I've had Enzo in my lap talking about Fortnite. V-Bucks. What are they? Yeah, V-Bucks.
Oh yeah.
LiDAR is now up 5%.
Beautiful. 87.33 cents on LIDR. I'm pretty sure Water Bubbles bought some LiDAR, even though it's not LiDAR. AI, I'm sorry, I always call it LiDAR. LIDR. McDonald's bringing back the McRib for a farewell tour. Jesus, the McRib's had more farewell tours than the Rolling Stones.
Yep, puts on the market. That thing is awful. No, go ahead and throw puts all over that thing.
McDonald's is getting ahead of their earnings. They got their earnings coming up Thursday morning. So the McRib back on the menu. I'm sure that'll be the talking point. I would look for the same thing out of their earnings that we've seen out of Coca-Cola. I'm almost going to go as far as to call those companies recession-proof until I see any kind of data that shows me they're not. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sure that they have Grumpy, and I'm sure even probably darker stuff goes back over the years with them as far as subliminal messages, stuff like that. I've always been leery of that. Oh, that's awesome, Birdie. First speech, she apologized for any discrimination over the last 2 years, invited people who lost their jobs back to work, and stated she doesn't want to have anything to do with the WEF. Beautiful. Now tell her to write that down and repeat it to about, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of leaders we need to get that message to. 264 now on APE. 685. GameStop breaking out a little bit over that $27 mark. 27.28 on GameStop, up over 10%. Bitcoin pushing up 19,644 on the Bitcoin.
Very. I just read something that came out from the Wall Street Journal, And it's saying authorities are trying to track Russian money right now, and a web of shell companies runs out of the Isle of Man, where they run the Isle of Man TT every year. And it's like a huge motorcycle race. And it's making it extremely hard because they apparently are having an extremely difficult time trying to find these shell companies that are coming out of the Isle of Man.
Interesting.
26 seconds ago. And a bunch of people in Qatar just getting tossed out.
Oh yes, Birdie, thank you. Yes, I did read about her. For some reason I thought when you said Alberta that there was a place over in the Netherlands. I didn't realize you were talking about Canada. But yeah, I did see that, and yeah. Strange politics up there. I love it. I love watching these animated where they yell at each other and people cheer and stuff. I don't know if any more gets accomplished than over here, but it's a lot more entertaining. What's up, Mr. Santa? Yeah, I'm in a put that I bought yesterday that's down right now, but I bought a call and a put at the same time, non-refundable, right before the close. Both small ones, just to see how it was to play both sides going into the open. You know what I mean? And I took 50% on the call, and the put's probably down 50%, so about even right now.
Yeah, Brina's calling out the me 6-bot moment of silence. I did want to just go and say I just noticed this thing. It's called Nori, Nori, is a blockchain-based carbon removal marketplace, and they just partnered with Bayer, like the aspirin.
Bayer, like Bayer,
like the pharmaceutical company. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go and post that I'm gonna actually post it on the Twitter.
Blockchain pharmaceuticals for everybody, right?
Well, I don't know what the play would be here.
Well, because we know that healthcare is going towards a more telemedicine, more cookie cutter,
cool.
More cookie cutter, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Cookie cutter diagnoses of being able to pump out, okay, you've got these symptoms, here's this pill, you got this, here's that. Not, they're going away from kind of the personalization inside the medical community.
I'm looking at Canopy Growth Corporation trending.
I'm looking at AMC trying to pass $7. $6.94 now on AMC. APE up at $2.69. So we got 11.5% gains on GME, $27.55. $2.69 on APE, up 10%. And then we got AMC up 9% at $6.94. Metamaterials pushing back to the upside, testing that daily high, 98.19 cents on MMAT right now, hit 99 flat earlier. Mullen trying to push back up as well, 52.36 cents on Mullen. The good news on Mullen, if you're holding it, we did not break under that 50 cent mark. We touched it earlier, right before 10, and haven't dropped through at 52.5 cents now on Mullen. Neo continuing to push up, 10.30 on Neo at up 9%. And then Enzo, what was that level that you called out on BBBY? 532, I think you said.
Um,
Hit 535. So you were almost dead on. Down here at 523 now. You said it would hit 532 and possibly get rejected. It looks like it got rejected at 535.
I want to say, okay.
I could be off a penny or two, but
I think it might have been close to that. It was either 821 or 848, or excuse me, 548 or 521. SQs are just being very obtuse right now. Well, market's going up. Saucy Fredo was right.
I told you, man, the guy's money. His
Oh, I'm not. I wasn't saying he wasn't. I was just assuming that they weren't going to go and let it run up there today.
Oh no, I feel you. Like I said, he just thinks outside the box. It's not always like a complete opposite opinion of mine or yours or anything like that, but he just he doesn't listen to any outside noise. He just makes his own decisions and he sticks by them. He sticks by his predictions, and you know, obviously sometimes everybody's off, but I've seen him nail a lot of things where I not second guessed it, but it's like, hey, I respectfully gotta say I see it the other way.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, and he's proved me wrong many times.
Oh yeah. No, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that don't have a voice that are extremely smart and very, very good at what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What was I trying to do here? That's what I was trying to do.
And Miss Junk Savvy, I'm not ignoring your your comments on the OTC. I'm trying to figure out what was changed at all, because nothing has been changed on the currency since I started the thing. So I'm still trying to figure out if anything has been changed, how, because no settings at all have been changed at any given time.
Okay. All right, so Birdie, we got Europe closing on highs. That is really interesting right there, and I think that's probably one of the reasons Saucy loves himself some Kathy Wood. Said she purchased $100,000 worth of Bitcoin at $250 and hasn't sold any of that initial investment. Current profit on that $100,000 bet would be around $7.6 million. So at one point, that was worth what, upwards of 26 million off of a $100,000 bet when it was up at 65, even if you say up at 50.
Yep.
And you know, I love that she had the confidence, for right or wrong, to not unload it at those prices. Like, I really not saying that lady's like an end all be all or everything she does is good, but like, I got so much damn respect for her, just the way that she does things. Tennis is physical. What's up, brother? I'm rocking the blue, baby. Yeah, I know your LiDAR's up. I'm sure today that everything you got's up. But I'd like to see it. And drive safe out there, my friend. It's a crazy, crazy world. Gotta be safe. DNA up 10.5%. I know you liking that one. 275 on DNA. And look at that. If anyone, when were you calling this out? This was down 230 levels, I believe, somewhere around that. 27 million at Bitcoin highs. Which, you know, when you look at like the amount of money in the funds that she handles and stuff like that, it's still kind of a drop in the hat. But to have that kind of conviction, to just say, nope, I'll hold it, I'll roll with it. I like that. I respect it. 11% on the ape. Look at that. 11.25% on GME, over 9% on AMC. So AMC still trying to crack that $7 mark. $6.94 for AMC, $2.70 for APE, and 27.36, 10.5% gains for Can't Stop, Won't Stop, GameStop. 11:41. We got 20 minutes before trader lunch. I like that terminology. This could get fruity. I like that.
CGC is doing well.
CGC. Canopy Growth Corporation up 24.5%. We got some news on this. Canopy Growth shares rise after creation of new U.S. domiciled holding company. The Canadian cannabis company said it will create Canopy USA LLC, which will have interest in a number of U.S.-based cannabis assets, including cannabis operator Acreage Holdings, which it recently said it would acquire. Canopy said that it is positioning itself for growth while it waits for the U.S. federal permissibility of cannabis. That last sentence scares me on the future of this. If they're waiting for that, I don't see the continued upside on that. I don't think we see that, and I'll tell you why. The only way that I see that happening in the next 2 years is if the Democrats are to retain the Senate and the House. And I don't think that it's that Republicans will necessarily just shoot it down. I think Republicans, with kind of the stance that we've seen in Roe versus Wade, I think that Republicans would be fine kicking it back to the states and making it a state issue. We may see a decriminalization on a federal level, but even then, I don't see necessarily us opening up our borders and saying, okay, Canada, bring the pot this way. I just see it as we're going to capitalize on what's going on, and especially so you look at a place like New York, which I do kind of agree on this. I think it should have been a little bit more balanced. That could be a discussion, but the first people here that are able to get licenses to operate are people that serve time for marijuana. Things like that, and that's such a blanket statement that could go horribly good or horribly wrong or amazingly good for people. I think it's a cool thing that they're doing, incorporating that. Obviously, not everyone is going to be a successful, upstanding citizen, but there are a lot of people with that experience, and it's going to be if the government's getting their taxes off of it. I see the explosion here. I see how many people individually are growing stuff, how many small operations like that. I think there'll be enough home-fed cannabis to support the industry. It's tough for me to see us importing in the grand scheme of things. What do you think on that, Enzo? You think we'll exceed the supply that we need to meet the demand, and those restrictions will be loosened, or do you feel like Canadian weed won't be a thing here?
I mean, I think that we're going to more than likely have somebody step into the position of North American pot. We already have it. Canada, we have it. Florida, I mean, True Leaf is huge down here. I think there's already a huge supply, or if there's not a supply in that area, they definitely can get it there. I think it's just going to be big business. And what they're doing, what they did down here was they basically made it just a cute little tax permit that you need from the government to be able to grow, to put one seed in the ground. Before you can do any of that, you need $160 million. So it's only going to be big business, and it's more than likely going to be.
And that's a great point that you made, because I feel like that's what they're going to do here. So the first 150 people get the break of they've been involved, but now that's where it's going to get after that. So after that 150, there's not going to be okay, here's what an individual can grow on their land and be profitable. It's going to go, like you said, right to from those 150 that, again, they're using these people as a political tool. You know what I mean? Here, we messed up. We put you in jail for weed that we knew the exact same stuff about it 50 years ago that we know today. So we're going to make amends by doing this. But then that gap will go from after those people. And there'll probably be a lot of restrictions on those people that they're not going to be able to overcome. But they're going to make sure that some of those actually do it, so they can go have a few news stories, a few feel-good stories about how great they are and how New York State, seen their problems and, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I hope so. But
look at PayPal. Is this a big cup and handle on PayPal, or am I just...
I called that out this morning. I was talking about it this morning.
7%, $89, and that was on the back of what? Venmo? Venmo being available on Amazon?
Yes, partnership with Venmo. Just on a small time frame, it has the ability to walk itself out, maybe another 20 minutes before it has to go to the upside. Did a great job holding its support at the 8702 level, and started moving to the top side.
Now, Crypto, do you think MedMen will need that federal legalization, or do you think that they can get that with enough states legalizing it? Will they be able to prosper without the federal, or do we feel like we need the federal in order for these companies to be nationwide, and maybe we see restrictions eased on that, which would help big business that could then establish footprints all throughout America, as opposed to kind of mom and pop shops that I think a lot of people envision legal weed kind of being. Yeah, and Birdie, has there been any other updates about any further legalization? No uplist without the Fed legal? Okay. So do they operate now, or are they just a turnkey operation? Because we had one of those around here. The company that does all the recycling and handles all the waste management around here. Some years back, when they started, there started being hints at possible legalization. They started building greenhouses, probably maybe 5-6 acres, and then when it didn't come, so this was like 10 years ago, Crypto, when it there was rumors, because if you remember, well, if you weren't from New York, you might not. But governors for the last 20 years have been dangling that carrot of having the conversation about legalized weed. So there was always talks, but it actually worked out very well for that company. They invested a ton of money, put all this stuff up. Then they started doing, organic tomatoes and things like that in there. So it was still profitable, but they thought they had a gold mine because they had foreseen it. That's it. Okay, so that's something I was not aware of. No American pot companies on the stock market allowed without Fed legality. Very interesting. That I was not aware of, I have to admit.
Just because they're not publicly traded doesn't mean their business, they don't have a very decent business behind them.
Well, we're still waiting for that the Safe Banking Act. I don't think that ever got pushed through. I know places can use banks a little bit more now, but I don't, that's where it gets like that. That's what the federal legalization to me is more about, to be able to use federal banks, to be able to have their money insured, things like that. It's not so much about, I mean, it should be do what you want. If you can drink alcohol, you can smoke pot. You should be able to, you're an adult. You can make decisions. I don't think it should be for kids. I think I'd be perfectly fine with a 21 age, the same as alcohol. And, yeah, cost was a meme from the early days, for sure, Birdie. And that's down slightly. Looks like a lack of interest there, Birdie. Only 66.66 thousand trades. Interesting amount. So a little bit of pullback in these memes. AMC, actually they're holding 693. Ape at 268. GameStop 2739. Yeah, Bitcoin's been slowly and steadily climbing all day, and I have to admit, this is, for the first for this time period, the first couple hours of the day, this is some of the bigger movement we've seen in Bitcoin either direction in the last few weeks. We've been talking about, and not just us, the talking heads have been talking about the stability of Bitcoin lately, and kind of the difference of Bitcoin being more stable than the stock market over the last couple weeks, maybe couple months. But it's climbing. Bitcoin fighting at that 19,800 mark. No comment on that one, Junk Savvy. Metamaterials up at 98 cents now. Bed Bath & Beyond hitting that 533 mark, trying to get through that daily high, 538 on Bed Bath & Beyond. Mullen holding steady at 52.08 cents. Rumble holding above that $8 mark, and no news came out on Rumble. We just had like a big dollar gap up right at the open, and it's maintained up there, holding that $8 level. So 13.5% gains for Rumble. And look at Baba now. Baba open, ran up. What do you think, Enzo? You think that there was a lot of pre-IPO holders, or maybe people that got in right at that IPO price that jumped ship this morning and said it's not worth the risk, because we've seen it push up to 66.18 right off the jump, and then we just seen a slow decline right down to almost lower than the level we're at now. We hit a low of 61.26.
I think we're probably looking for support right around that 61.16 area. Looks like we got pretty rejected. I mean, we got rejected above 64.94, but I think with Baba doing poorly, you can just tell that Baba is not doing well because the American market is doing decent. I think that you're going to get the same reaction in the different direction. I think what Baba is doing is leading the market. I think when it starts to come back a little bit, I would appreciate it if it did come back and not just fall right through the $58 area. But I think that if it turns around, I would assume the market in general would come down. Now, our market anyway, the NASDAQ, the SPY, the Dow, I think that all those come back to reality if Baba catches a bottom here at the 61.80.
Okay.
I don't like I would take a trade here from 61.80 and probably have a stop of about 60.80 or so. I'll risk the dollar, but I'm assuming that like this is gonna catch bottom at the 60.74 around there. If it doesn't, I mean, we could see 54 plus, or I'm sorry, we could see sub 54. Looks like we got rejected from its 200 again as well, so that's really not good. We're getting stopped right here on the SPY all of a sudden at noon.
Martini Mafia, baby. You know what time it is.
Crypto is moving.
Will Bitcoin break 2,000 today? 20,000? 20,000.
No.
No? Not today?
No, it'll come back to like 19.6. Man, I feel bad for people on Thursday.
Why?
Because they're obviously going to do something to this market.
On Thursday?
With the GDP.
Oh, we're going to rip off of it. It's going to come out flat, and we're going to celebrate and tell each other how the Inflation Act worked and how we're doing our best to fight climate change and still only not coming out in the negative and how great that is.
Yeah, or get a GPS.
And we're gonna back that up with McDonald's earnings. We're gonna say, here, listen, you friggin' the economy ain't that bad. You guys are still supersizing things, so everything's fine.
Oh, we're gonna go with the super size.
Yeah, our GDP
Hey,
is gonna hinge on the backs of Big Macs and wannabe hearing aids getting sold at Walmart.
I mean, at least we got that. What else do we need at that point? We have everything that we've ever needed.
That's all you need. And then,
wow.
and then, you know, whatever happens Thursday is gonna obviously gonna be a big swing overnight Thursday with Apple and Amazon after the bell, Intel after the bell, and then, like I said, we get the heavy hitters in ExxonMobil and Chevron Friday morning. So again, how do they spin it? How do they will those earnings be used politically? Not to make everything about politics, but there is a big election here. Will that be used politically? Is it going to be it's not our fault that the economy's bad. It's ExxonMobil. You know what I mean? Between ExxonMobil and Putin, that's why your kids ain't having Christmas. You know?
Oh, right. No, I like that. Make it his fault.
Well, yeah, and then I think we'll probably hear some kind of plans. You would think that both of those companies will rush to get share buybacks done before the first of the year. We know they both have a crap ton of cash on hand, which they'll most likely do that, even though they're going to get beat on the head for doing it. Or maybe we see them come out and bow down, and maybe we see ExxonMobil pledge allegiance to the WEF, and all of a sudden, you know, maybe one of them makes a big move in the ESG stance. I don't think they will, but there's always that wild card. you know.
I
EVO
pledge allegiance to the flag.
Well, it's they have to know how far. I mean, luckily, and again, it's not because I'm for a side or another. Luckily for them, though, if the Democrats lose one of the, you know, either the House or the Senate, I think at least some of the scrutiny, you know, for these companies might ease up a little bit. Again, I'm not for it. I know they get subsidies, but if there's no price gouging, which they've proven that there's no price gouging, and there are standards for price gouging. It's not just like, well, price gouging is some guy's opinion. Like, there's standards for, you know, what you can actually, you know, charge. They're not breaking those standards. Okay? We can argue night and day whether they're, you know, overpaid, underpaid, but simple fact is when oil was running at a negative in 2020, those profits weren't looking good. So sure, that's why they're making historic highs, because it's a company, it's a sector that will always grow. Energy will always, as long as the population grows, the energy sector will grow. There's no slowing it down. So those, the fact that they're making record profits, yes, they are, because they took record losses for 2 years. So I'm not justifying them and saying that they're but there's a lot of companies, you know, I would love to see Pfizer get dragged in and let's question their profits. You know, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. And it's weird because energy is one of if kind of, you know, probably the biggest thing that our political system is divided on. You know, when it comes to big pharma, when it comes to stuff like that, it's not discussed because they all want the same thing. They all, you know, you're never going to have Halliburton dragged in front of Congress and, you know, talk about their profits. It's not going to happen because both sides want it. But ExxonMobil, you know, Chevron, companies like this at the time, they're public enemy number one. So it has to be a partisan issue. More Kofefi, we ran over. It's 12:03 and it's Trader Lunch. So you guys know what that means. We're going to take a little break. And I'm going to try to cut the grass one more time real quick. Maybe I'll do it in this Captain America outfit because we're supposed to get heavy rain tomorrow. And this is my only opportunity. So I'm going to do that real quick. And then I'm going to be in the Discord. Enzo, you going to be in there rocking and rolling?
I'm already in there.
All right. All right. So, on that note, guys, it has been an absolute pleasure. Check us out in the Discord. And if not, I'll be back here for Power Hour. And hopefully our beloved memes are still flying. But appreciate you guys being here. I'll leave you with a little bit of these, little bit of the jams. Jam. Arctic Fox, you have a great day as well, my friend. Grant, thank you for being here as always, buddy. And I extended the invite to Mr. Germcorp as well as yourself, if you would ever be interested in, you know, kind of doing what we did over the weekend, sitting down, just having a conversation. I'm still working on the editing end of that, but even if it's not recorded, would love to. It was such an amazing time getting to sit down with your dad and talk to him and Birdie and Enzo. And yeah, if you would ever like to join us, ever got some time, let us know. And yes, I will be back for Power Hour. Everybody have a safe lunch. Watch those carbs. Definitely don't be carbo loading on a Tuesday. yeah, stay safe, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. Much love, guys. Thank you all for being here. All right, welcome back, everybody. Ready for Power Hour? Let's go. How's everybody feeling? Grumpy, I see you were keeping yourself occupied while we were gone. Appreciate that, Grump. Keeping the bots entertained. Enzo, how you feeling about this market? Just not seeing much downside. Holding strong.
No, Bitcoin's flying for no reason. We're looking at a bunch of randomness, in my opinion. Still can't figure it out.
Yeah, and I think part of it is still going to be expectations on good earnings tonight, and maybe if Microsoft and Google both pull in good earnings, maybe we don't see a huge jump off of it. Maybe part of that is being priced in today. Grumpy. With your help, Grumpy, we'll get him that background. So we've got the S&P up 1.3%, the Dow up 0.86%, the NASDAQ up 1.1%. The meme still holding strong. GameStop up over that $27 mark, $27.04. Ape at $260. AMC at $679.
Grumpy thinks he's funny right now.
You made me laugh, Grump. The SPY up at 383. What was the high on the SPY? The high was 384.46, so we're not high up. We're not much off those daily highs right now.
No, the 380, 390 mark is curious here. There's a big conversation happening right here, and it was also June 15th, 2020 candle, 2022 candle, excuse me. There's a candle that came right up to here and got rejected not long ago as well, and it actually tried to hold that area pretty decently around the September 19th mark. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see it go to north of 390, but I would be, let's say 391. I wouldn't be shocked if they went there, or the 388. I would be shocked if they went any higher than that. But what I'm concerned with is how they're going to go and pull this back back against itself, and I would think the 350 mark would be the first place that it would want to stop. $363 maybe.
Crypto saying, I'm wondering what crisis is gonna make us gap down tomorrow. I don't think that's too far fetched. And every day we're on the cusp of it.
It's unfortunate, but that's a very realistic thought. It'll be what do you want? What flu you want next?
Yeah. Well, let's see. This guy right now saying don't buy into it. They got an expert on CNBC. Expecting new bear market lows ahead, he says.
Are they selling me a wax on, wax off?
He's saying don't buy the hype. This is just a bigger than average bounce. Take it for what it's worth. I don't know the guy.
Oh, I love how that's presented. The bigger than average bounce. Love that. Great. Sure, dude. I swear to God.
GDP could crush us. GDP, if A, we get accurate numbers, and if B, we get an accurate reaction to it. But like I said, the new narrative is we're not as bad as the rest of the world. So
great.
Those GDP numbers put up against Sri Lanka's are going to be looking pretty good.
Okay. Let's just think about that, what you just said. Let's evaluate that. Sri Lanka?
Yeah, when you get the headline with the girl that's smiling saying, well, we came in slightly ahead of Venezuela this year on GDP this quarter, marking a turnaround and a success in Joe Biden's infrastructure inflation bill. That's all they gotta do. And people would be like, we're doing better than Venezuela.
I would be pressed to see that would. I mean, Venezuela's been a popping market lately. Been selling a lot of stuff.
You can insert any economy you want to in there. I mean, they got the strength of the dollar to back it on, so I mean, I guess that's good. But again, that's another excuse. When our exports are down, they're gonna say, well, it's because our dollar's too strong. And another thing that means people will misinterpret and be like, yeah, America, that's what I'm talking about. Strongest currency in the world, baby.
Absolutely.
Having no idea the effects of a strong currency.
You know what? I had an analogy that I had thought about the other day is if you were sitting there and trying to create, let's say, a cryptocurrency or any type of digital dollar, what you're essentially doing is just creating money.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what
we're already there as far as a digital dollar for the most part. It's most government benefits are given out digitally. Sure, it's still currency. The currency that's being transferred is going to change, but as far as the digital transaction, we're just about there. It's cash is for the most part non-existent. And, at what point are they going to tell us, sorry, we don't have any cash because we're running out, like they did with change? Remember, all of a sudden, nobody's leaving the house to go anywhere, but all the change is gone. Really? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, going to pay for that's why video game places they have tokens now instead of actual quarters. Somebody told me about that years ago. They were having a hard time getting change, actual change. Yeah. So I thought they were crazy for that.
Well, at first I thought stores were trying to scam because I'm a cynic like that. So during the beginning of the pandemic, right into the middle of it, when stores were
trying to take the 7 cents off.
Well, they would round up. So if your stuff came to $10.53, you had to give them $11. If your stuff came to $10.49, you only had to give them $10. It was stupid. And I thought it was some kind of scam till I talked to a guy that owns a corner store that I know, and he was just like, dude, banks won't give us change. He was like, we can't He was like, I emptied my kid's piggy bank. He was like, what do you want me to do, man? Where am I supposed to get change? Like, it just,
I would.
Deliveries
that's a
were
good
a
question.
thing. You know what I mean? That is a part of it. Bank deliveries, I guess, were down. People couldn't move change. But, I mean, it's like, I don't know, everybody can go in their couch cushions and find enough change to get by. Like, there's no shortage of change.
Maybe not to run a business, but
No,
yeah.
but to have some. Heidenreich, that is friggin' awesome. Delivery guy asked what channel I had on. I told him what it was. Beautiful. My man.
Hey, tell him he should have seen the guy with the Captain America was in here earlier. I don't know if you're aware, but Captain America trades the spy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm so glad I got absolutely touched today. Like, I got touched in the market today. Not in a bad way that I couldn't go and reverse into that play, but if I would have just been somebody that was working with a day trade, pattern day trader issue, or anybody that doesn't have a $25,000 account or less, I would be very, very scared right now if the market made that kind of move against me and I wasn't able to trade out of that. I got touched for a decent trade, but the amount of money that this has run and a lot of other things that we've called today brought me back to the positive. But this is incredible. I'm loving every bit of this as somebody that knows the market is not done going to the downside. I have the capital to go and just kind of scale into these positions, but this is a very weird move for the market. I would love to see how they go and justify this move that's coming.
I lost $10 on the day. So I made 50% on the call and took a 60% loss on the put, which was about $7 because it expired today, and I didn't see any downside, so I sold it earlier for the 60% loss, and I don't think it came back at all. I bought those both last night.
Yeah, so you basically did what I did. You were able to go and cover your loss with a call to the upside, knowing after the fact.
Yeah, and that was kind of experimental for me. Like I told you yesterday, I played both ways into these earnings today, just to see how it could play out. And unfortunately, this was a day where I couldn't have played it any different. I could have got more out of the call. You know what I mean? I probably sold the call a little premature, but I wanted 50%. I got 50%. But that downside just didn't come. Although we still got 45 minutes left.
Wait a minute. You remember those Teslas that I was purchasing yesterday?
The 230s?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just thought about those.
Yes, I do remember that. Grumpy, I haven't seen a lot of that. I probably don't think that it'll play a lot into it, and only because it'll be kind of swept under the rug. It'll be done without making a big scene, unless they can spin it in a way, which they probably are. I haven't really seen that news. I apologize. I started watching the Kanye Lex Friedman podcast while we were on a break. I recommend it. I'm only about a half hour in, but oh wow. Randy! Beautiful, baby. 275% on some snap calls. That's what I'm talking about, Randy. That's what I'm talking about.
That's beautiful. I went and was able to get those calls for $53 a piece.
The Tesla ones?
Yeah.
And you got those when was Tesla still in the single digits? Was Tesla still in the 2.0 somethings when you picked those up, or was it already climbing a little
Tesla
bit?
was that was actually at, I'll give you the exact time. 11:07 on the 24th.
So I'm gonna say, without even looking at the chart, that it was around 212. Was that when it started climbing back up? Let's see how right I am.
That was when. This is the 24th. That was it. Literally under 200. That's a perfect buy.
Yeah, it just broke through that 90 for a second there. On LIDR, 90.43 cents, up 8.34 cents. And I know
That's
my man
nutty.
Tennis's Physical was loving it, because that's one of his bigger positions. He was averaging down around the 83
I
cents.
just sent it to you. Bitcoin's looking to go back up, trying to break the 2371 and a half. $20,300, 77 Bitcoin. I can't wait for the SQs to go and fire back to 5370. Gonna be a beautiful thing.
When do those are for Friday? Oh, duh. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, but look at that buy and or the timing of it, like 11:07 on Tesla on 1024. That is almost.
Wow, you're talking.
I'm sorry, it was at 204. I apologize. I was two candles off. But yeah, within a little bit of time.
You bought them for 53. They're not really worth that much now. They're only worth 246 now.
Oh, only worth 246. Yeah, no, we're good.
That's only 400%, dude.
It's only 400%,
I
right?
mean,
I'm striving to do better. I understand.
yeah,
It's only 400.
I mean, you're making strides in the right direction. You know, so you're Brad Pitt, dude. That don't impress me much.
Look, I'm inglorious. I'm inglorious a little bit, you know.
Now, how far are you taking those? Are you gonna do the sell one? You got your money back. Now you got one. You got your money back plus 100% on each one. If you were to take your money right now.
Well, yeah, considering that those, like I've said 1,000 times, and I think it's a valuable trade, is you have to go and put those 100% buy or sell orders in just in case with options that are this volatile and these. I always do it just as a practice because I sell half of my position at 100% of whatever it is, just because at that point I'm playing with free money. If it just happens to hit it and trigger, great. But I'm not looking at 20 different plays that I'm in at all time. So if it happens to just spike up to 100%, I'll take my 100% and play with free money and evaluate it after that. But I will at least go and always secure my investment when I can.
For sure.
So what is the what's the costume of tomorrow?
There's only one way for you to find out, my friend, and that will be tuning in here tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, to see who shows up, guys.
9
a.m.
How about like a hard 9:05?
Well, you know, I guess I'll give this clue. The more minutes after 9 o'clock that you see me show up, the more complex the costume was to put on.
I mean, it takes a lot to get going, I guess. I don't know.
It depends.
I changed in a phone booth once.
Well, things have changed with cellular phones. The whole world is my phone booth, Enzo. So.
Wow. Very, very motivating.
Yeah.
I mean, that just made me kind of like, whew.
I'll tell you what's looking motivated is that Neo up Almost
hoping
12%, 1058 on Neo. I know Arctic Fox got to be liking that. MMAC closing in back on that dollar mark, 98 cents on metamaterials. See if it can get that dollar. Rumble holding those big gains, 18% gains on Rumble, 846 there.
I really hate to be this guy.
Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
What?
I don't know. Be that guy. Usually things that say,
I mean, I hate to. I
be
genuinely hate to be this guy, but if this really wanted to, and they really, really wanted to suck, 405 is not unheard of.
I could see that over the maybe not tomorrow. I could see that over the next 2 days.
No, I can see that in the no. Good God, no.
Okay.
I'm talking about like early, like mid-November.
Oh no,
the way there.
I could see the next 2 days. I don't. Well, yeah. If it doesn't happen in the next 2 days, then I don't see it. I don't see it happening until after things cool down from the elections. But the reason I say I can see it happening in the next 2 days is just on the strength of those earnings. You know, I think they're big enough earnings. I don't think there's many other companies that you would need to throw into this gauntlet to put it there with Microsoft and Alphabet tonight, with Meta tomorrow. And the reason I'm so interested in Meta is because how undervalued it's being purported as. You know, obviously all those have lost a significant amount this year. Meta obviously has taken the brunt of it. But what was interesting this morning, Enzo, was a commercial, and it's the first time I've seen it. It may have snuck by me on CNBC that was basically blaming Meta for the whole January 6th thing, and it's a whole smear commercial about Meta, but it's not really for another company. It's not like Meta sucks, come to Snapchat. Like, it's just it's like a public service announcement against Meta. Very strange. He was talking about the spy CBS frog. I right? That's what I was talking about.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. And again, I'm not saying it will go to 405 or anything like that.
No,
I'm just saying
saying
it can. If these earnings are reported in a great way, GDP comes in not in the negative, I could see a series of events this week that could potentially lead to it. Again, and you know me, I try to see every possible angle, so this is just one of many potential outcomes.
Here's my reasoning for that. I mean, it's an outlandish statement, and I think it's actually the stupidest thing I think I've said publicly. However, when you go and draw a trend line from the height of the market and see it on this downtrend, and you just go and connect your candles from the top of those arches, you have the ability at what we bottomed at 370, 364 area on a daily candle, or on daily charts anyway. And right now, that top trend is, I mean, it has the ability to go north of 420 even today, but I mean, that would be ridiculous. But evaluating the pattern of where this thing could go, it has the ability to go 409. If they were to take it anywhere, I think it'd be 408.50. I think if they did that, they would absolutely break the system because of how many puts would be on top of the SPY at that point. But I don't think that they're going to do that. I think if anything, they'll give you the 390 up to the top into what looks like the bounce of support right around September 2nd. But I would prefer that they just go and do something along the lines of, what day is it? March 3rd. It looks like it was going to hold, and we got some good green days out of the market. right around March, 2nd, 3rd, 4th area. Everything was looking good, but then all of a sudden something fell out of the bottom and we continued to go south. Then February 11th on the SPY. I'm looking at places in time where we took huge mass amounts of downside, and right now from December 31st, 2019 all the way to April of 2020 looks exactly like that pump for absolutely no reason over its support, or resistance, and then immediately just tank hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. This looks like the same thing, is that they could go and take this to the upside and then just do the exact same thing and just run it into the ground.
So that's another option. I think we could just see this kind of momentum for the next 2 weeks. I don't know.
I'd be shocked.
Well, I still expect some kind of, maybe not event, but, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope the elections go off peacefully and everything is done. It doesn't feel like that's the outcome with everything that's kind of transpired since the last major election. And I understand midterms aren't the same as a presidential election. It just seems like we're a pressure cooker is just building. I feel like it's almost the same way that it was building, during the Obama administration, where people felt like their voices couldn't be heard because, let's be honest, at that time, if you spoke out against Obama, you were a racist. Now, if you speak out against Biden, you're a Trumper. So we're in the same kind of scenario. But for those 4 years, you were able to say whatever the hell you wanted about the president, and you were good to go. So that's what worries me, is that frustrations, everything that's been poured upon us the last 3 years. You know how it is nowadays, where everybody lives in the moment. It doesn't matter. Like it's not going to be the real issues. It's just going to be, my guy didn't win. And both sides are capable of doing it. I'm not saying it's going to be a one-sided thing. And I'm just hoping that it's a real election. Hopefully we can see some faith in our election process restored. I don't know what steps need to be taken to do that, but hopefully we can see that. And I'm an optimist, and hopefully that will happen. Gotta hope for the best and prepare for the worst.
SPY. Look at the move on the SPY right now.
Baby, 384.73.
Yeah, that's us. We're doing that. U.S. is buying a lot of ETF right now. If all the smart people were buying at 384, why didn't they buy at 380 earlier?
They probably did. And they probably sold at 384, and now they're buying again at 384.74.
No. What I'm saying is, like, if people are buying ETFs, you got to think that, like, they're going to hold those, right, for an extended period of time.
Yeah, I could get on board with that for the most part.
A lot of people buy them to
I would say yes, because
early.
I think ETFs are a more passive trader's way. So just on that, like, sure, there's people that day trade ETFs and stuff like that, but yes, I would say the vast majority is a long-term investment.
It's actually going to give them 385.39. Is that what that is? 385.18.
Sabrina, Walmart controlled Flipkart. Now is Flipkart, so is that, if you know Sabrina, is that like, is that like Walmart's version of, like Instacart? Like, is that their delivery service or something? It's considering raising 2 to 3 billion at a valuation of more than 40 billion. Because I know they don't use like DoorDash. They don't use things like that. Like, I know Walmart has their own deliveries, which I think is another thing that's going to be key when they take over Amazon, is that they'll have their own drivers. I think once they really start pushing that, it's going to be right when Uber and Lyft and all those have to become employees and stuff, and Walmart's already going to be set up to not have to deal with that mess. Bam, bam. 356 to 361. Question for you there, Enzo.
Yeah, I do. I'm also currently looking at it.
Martin, I don't think you're wrong there. I don't think you're wrong. I think you see it in the after hours. I think you see it in the pre-market, and then you see kind of the market makers take control. But Martin, you've been around enough squeezes, enough of those types of situations to know that they can only sustain that for so long. And once they can't, me and you are going to be dancing on the moon, brother. That's all.
I see what you're talking about.
Non-refundable. I took a loss on SPY puts today too, brother. Took a W on a call and a L on a put. But you know what? I gladly learned the $7 or $10 that I lost was well worth the lesson, and may play the same thing into tomorrow, depending on where we go in the next 20 minutes.
The fact crypto
Bitcoin's taking off, boy. What is going on with Bitcoin? We somebody in the chat was saying, I was telling Enzo, I seen someone mention 25K tonight, and it seemed a little absurd, but
no.
Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's gone up almost $1,000 since I woke up. So,
right. I like the $1,000 theory. I don't like this thing going to 25K.
Yeah, I don't. But I like optimism. I like optimism when it's not trying to sell somebody a false bill of goods. If you come in the chat and you say, everybody buy Bitcoin now, it's going to 25,000 by the end of the day, I'll tell you you're full of bananas. But if you come in and you say, hey, Bitcoin's running, man, anybody think we can get to 25K tonight? Let's go. I like that. I like
I'd be like, hey, you're on drugs.
Well, see, that's the difference. I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
I'm a realistic kind of human being.
You're a spill the glass altogether while thinking about if it's half empty or half filled. So,
I mean, I'm sitting here like looking at Boof.
Baba just went back green.
Oh,
Tesla's still cooking. 222.82 on Tesla. Amazon.
Tesla's getting rejected.
I'm just looking at a ticker. To me, it's up.
Bitcoin's falling.
It's doing good.
Falling through that support at the $20,334 mark. Coming back at least. Yeah, that's a pump though for the day. That's a massive amount. But I was just looking at what crypto was saying, and there is a gap. I think that they could probably bring this gap down to 367.80 to the 366.62 mark. It's on the 17th, if you want to look at it. We'll probably go down and try to fill that. I think they'll try to catch it or try to show a little bit of support at 368.80. But I think that if they can get it down there, let me just check what the max pain is on the SPY. for the week. It is spinning circle of death. SPY is...
The SPY's max pains change a lot faster because of the because they have what do they have, expirations every 2 days? Or
yeah.
Yeah, I'm still...
I mean, they have it every 2 days. Well...
And then Friday and Monday. So what is it, was it Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Right?
I don't know. All my charts, everything just... Oh. Yeah, you have them every 2 days and every Friday.
Are there other calls that trade like that? I've never traded anything in any other dailies other than these.
It's a good question. I don't believe so. I mean, ETFs do usually. Let me check.
Like the Qs, those are only weeklies. I think for the most part, most things are. He was in on it, Martin. He was in on it. You may have been gone. Arctic Fox actually threw you some thanks. You may have already been. It was right before he left. I know he was up on it, and he gave you some credit for letting him know about it. I know Sabrina dropped some news about it. So hopefully he was able to either take some tendies or still be in it, up some money. But yeah, I know he gave you a shout out for it. That's that Tasha Gene Therapies. And that's up 92%. Yeah, I know he got in either like in the pre-market, whenever you were talking about it this morning. So even on the high end, even if he got in at the peak of the at the pre-market, he'd still be up 25% on it. It peaked at about 238. Yeah, it's running hard now. 93% gains, 291. Let's see, touching new highs, 294 on TSHA. And the NASDAQ running hard here at the end, up 2.29%. S&P up 1.67. The Dow up 1.12. I gotta think that this is all hinging on, hey, Google, Microsoft, those things are gonna save the day. We're gonna see those are, those are the real deal, and maybe they do. I don't know.
I'm just genuinely confused on why.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't figure out why anybody would want to go and take that market any higher than about 380. They don't have to, technically, to keep it on the trend that they're trying to go and feed everybody. They're trying to go and show everybody that this is going to bounce higher and higher and higher, and we're just going to stair step our way to heaven. No, that's not going to happen. But why give us almost $5 more that we we theoretically just capitalized on? Are they assuming, or do they already notice that a lot of people were more short than they wanted to be into that move? Or are they realizing that actually not a lot of people are buying positions back to the north side even when it's going up, just because they're afraid of whenever it's going to get smacked again? Does that make sense?
It does. I'm starting to lend a little credence to the shorts overall covering. So I know you've talked the last couple weeks about more short positions than ever in the market. I think it's pretty much factual. But I think what happened with Netflix last week, I think, kind of shook things up a little bit in the sense of, and this isn't my observation. I read this, and I tend to believe it as far as just kind of yesterday's action, and with those people not wanting to be in short positions. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking ETFs that contain these big Microsoft, Google. Not necessarily that they're predicting, hey, there's going to be good earnings and we're going to fly. They just don't know, because you look at Netflix, you look at what Netflix did on those lowered expectations. And not that Netflix is a big metric, but how many people would have got burned on that? How many people, and that was a hammered down one, and you got kind of a gauntlet of those the next couple days. So if they have to get out of their short positions, let the market run up, make some money on the long end there, and then go short, start establishing those short positions up around 390 again, would make sense. Because there's, now the projections are getting next year, so we got one more after November 2nd. We've got, and that's Wednesday. So we'll get a rate hike next Wednesday. Then we got another one in December. And then is when all the projections of a possible recession go into play in January. So
I see, just to give you guys in the last 20 minutes my best thoughts. Tomorrow, if this does not change dramatically, I'm gonna look at probably a sell-off into, or I would assume either a sell-off into aftermarket back to about 383. I would like to see us gap down to about 382 so that they can run this back up to about 384.90 right off rip in the morning, and then come back down. I have a huge amount of resistance at this level, and I'm assuming they'll probably try to give it 385 to the upside, but calls to the top side on the options, that's going to be what, a break even. That's going to be a break even of what, 386 on those. So right now, those are probably going to cover tonight. There's over 100,000, 159,000 options to the top side at 384 on the SPY, with another 200,000 at 385. They're trying to go and push those last 200,000 into the market, into the money right now. And when they do, I'm assuming likewise, yeah, you can see the buying happening on the one-day contracts on the puts to the 383 area. There's already 134,000. There was only 478 of those that existed today, before today. Now there's 134,000 of those, with another 162,000 placed, 162,000 contracts either bought or sold on the 380 strike for the SPY tomorrow. Very confusing. But if that's how they're going to get it there, I look at my charting and it has every ability to just gap down and probably end up 376. Watch them hang, like cliff hang it over the GDP.
I bought out the money call for Friday.
Oh, very. They call those what is called a risky investment.
Yes.
Breaking news: Elon just pledged to close the Twitter deal by October 28th.
Junk Savvy. So, not a huge.
Tesla's going to the downside, boys. Woo!
Well, does that now? Does that mean so? Kevin O'Leary, to bring it back to him, was talking about that yesterday and why he said he had a chance. Not that Elon personally reached out to him, but that he had a chance to go in on this investment, and he didn't like it, and he cited that as one of the reasons for getting out of Tesla, was that Elon would have to sell off more Tesla. Now, whether that has a big effect, we know he sold off a bunch. What was it, back in June, to kind of cover some of that. So it shouldn't. It really shouldn't affect Tesla too much, I wouldn't think. But there is always the social element of it, and Elon's link between that, obviously. But I think as far as financials or anything, I don't think it should really have much of an impact.
I have a big brain theory here, and this is just a quick question. Did that man just go and leak company information on social media prior 3 days? Usually you have to have 30, correct? Where you can't go and talk about business and stuff like that, or there's a huge financial problem with that, or logistics.
I think
that's
because,
illegal.
I think
that's
because
insider.
But I think because it's already the price has already been established, things like that. I think it that's a good question. I mean, that date was already known. We've been circling that date. I've been telling non-refundable about it, so we kind of knew we were going to get something on that date. So he's probably cut, and I would think at this point, although that's up for debate, I would think that when it comes to something of this magnitude, that Elon would be sure to go through the right channels and make sure what he's doing, what he's saying is okay.
He hasn't been the poster child.
No, he hasn't, and
so I'm just kind of thinking,
not proprietary info. Yeah, that's
right. Naturally,
I mean, it is strange what's considered market manipulation and what isn't. To take this out of it, like you look at how the SEC got at him for smoking pot on Joe Rogan's podcast, like, which had and I get there was other things because he's a government employee, yada yada yada, deals, whatever. But
the guy is also probably, I assume, what was a legal state.
Yeah, it was legal at the time. I'm just saying, there's bigger fish to fry out there than.
I would assume.
Podcast.
Yeah, we have war going on. Don't worry about what Elon Musk is smoking, honestly.
Well, and the question now is, so what happens with what happens once the sale goes through? Do your shares instantly turn into cash? Do you have an opportunity to hold in a private company? Because there's been kind of Elon's statements when he said, I hope investors will stay on, kind of conflicts with like the business plan of them buying every share. So I'm not exactly positive on that. I'm sure we can get some clarification now that it seems like we have a date kind of set. And
well, if anybody actually has a business plan, I would love to see that.
What, Twitter's business plan?
Yeah. I mean, I would love to see his.
I would think that Elon has a plan that, like, he probably put up, and then there's probably other people that have a more realistic plan, and then I would imagine those two will probably come together. I don't know what his plan. It would be something if he just bought it and was like, Twitter's done, I'm shutting it off.
Well, I mean, my question is, now in my head. What's Snapchat's market cap? Can you tell me that?
Let me look. 10 billion, I think, somewhere around there. 10, 11 billion.
And what is Twitter's?
Oh, 15.6 billion.
Okay, what's
But that's
Twitter's?
because it's up 16.5% today at 970. Twitter, 44 billion. Is that what Elon's buying it for, right? So it's 40.5 billion right now. The sales for 44 billion. So 4 times the size of Snap.
Okay.
But
And
never made
what's-
any money. Like, Twitter's
what's
not a
Snapchat?
money maker. It's not a profitable business.
Snapchat's price.
Snapchat may not be profitable yet either, but Twitter's been around.
Snapchat's price is $9.69, but it's only evaluated. And Twitter is where? Twitter is at $53. So one of those two are overvalued or misvalued in general.
I would agree with that. I mean,
If you have one that's up 4%, or I'm sorry, excuse me, 4 times the market cap, I'd just do the math on the shares. How many shares are in existence?
well, but on that side, Snap has a way higher price to earnings ratio. They got that's 81 points. So you're getting 81 times their earnings for the price of a share. Twitter is pretty high too, 47.
Well, fair. I would just question if you broke them down as a business and then saw how many shares are actually outstanding. I'm pretty sure you could probably figure it.
765 million in Twitter and 1.6 billion in Snapchat.
1.6 billion in Snap. What did you say it was in Twitter?
765 million.
Yeah, I'll look into that tonight. Because that's I'm very curious if I've always believed, and it's been genuinely true for the most part lately, that when Twitter moves to the top side, Tesla always wants to take a downside, like they're selling Tesla to buy Twitter. And I don't think that's the case either.
Yeah, it's tough.
I think Elon sold his Bitcoin a while ago.
Tesla's
All of those?
Bitcoin or his Bitcoin?
Both. I think he's a smart man.
Yeah, I don't doubt his intelligence at all.
I think he's smart enough to go and find a couple of cracked out kids that are really, really good at cryptocurrency that said, hey, guess what, dude? Bitcoin's going to 18 and it might even go to 12. Might not want to be in that. I mean, there's only been maybe what? 1,000, couple 100,000 people telling everybody that. I mean, it's. I can't
I'll show
see.
you tweets from all December last year of people I know telling me that Bitcoin was going to 100,000 by the end of the year.
I know. I can also go and tell you.
Reputable people too. I'm not saying these people were financial advisors, but just people that I know personally. That it's like, man, don't make guarantees like that.
No, I'm just saying I see it as a Bitcoin having the potential of at least 15.
Well,
Now,
I
if
think
it
a lot
gets
is going to depend on what direction Elon goes with Twitter. If he implements some kind of international currency, whether it be Dogecoin, whether it be something else, to lay the groundwork for that infrastructure, or if he comes up with some new thing, if he kowtails to China and all of a sudden Twitter is WeChat for Americans, I don't know.
Please no.
I mean, the fact is, it goes private. It opens up a lot of, I guess, opportunities for it to be ran kind of less controlled, maybe than some people think of Twitter as right now. But the other side of that is I don't know what kind of regulations I don't know. I don't know what his plans are. Has he really unveiled those plans of what he really wants to do with it? I mean, you can find a number of different talks where he kind of theorizes. And again, the fact that he likened it to WeChat, to me, is a huge red flag. You know, whether he follows through on that, whether he's able to take the good out of that and create something new and exciting that really does benefit mankind. But if he's looking for,
I don't know how he's going to do that in social media.
Well, because WeChat is more than social media over there. Your whole life is ran through it. Think of an app that controls everything. Your bank account, it is your social media, it's everything. So before you go shoot off at the mouth on social media about something that you don't like, you think twice, because and you can kind of hide behind the I want to get rid of bots. I want everybody to have a verified identity. That's going to eliminate the bots. Okay, that's all fine and well, everybody. I can get on board with that, because there is a difference when you look at a social media site where people maybe have to be a real account compared to like a Reddit where it's like, you know, anal bum covers 22 tells you to go, you know, do whatever. It's like, okay, when you have that anonymity, there's a lot more, there's room for scams, things like that. But at the same time, like we were talking about earlier, do we want, you know, you post something on Twitter, should you lose your job for it because upper management at your job happens to lean differently politically or something? You know, it's crazy. 4 minutes left, guys. 4 minutes.
Question.
Yes.
Anal bum cover?
It's an album cover. You ever seen Celebrity Jeopardy on Saturday Night Live with Sean Connery?
Mm-hmm. But that was just such a left field pull right there.
Well, you know what I mean. People that, you know,
I mean,
just a made
how
up
you
name.
kept a straight face doing it.
Well, and that's another thing, non-refundable. That's where I think Tesla owners should, I wouldn't say be worried at all, but I would say keep an eye open on, because what's the implications for that? What's the blowback on Elon if he was to do something like that and reinstate Trump? I mean, I'm sure half the country would applaud him, but what's going to be the blowback on the other half of the country? And right now, that half tends to be the media, you know, more corporate America. Not that the other side isn't corporate, because they both are, but in the sense of the media and stuff, you have that on the other side, and people would straight lose their minds. People would lose their minds. To me, it wouldn't even be a big deal. It's like, I think it would be a good step. What I would like to see, and I don't know if there are any maybe names on the other side, you know, an opposite of Trump that was maybe thrown off Twitter. If they could find somebody like that and Elon kind of reinstate both of them and say it's not about this person or that person, it's about freedom, Moffs, you know what I mean? Everybody can have their share. Here you go. That might be cool. Twitter calls going down as Twitter's going up. 5296, and I'm interested in that too, non-refundable. I'm going to try to find that out tonight, as far as if the company goes private on Friday, or even say Monday, or how that affects call options, what happens there. I'm not exactly sure. I got to claim ignorance on this one, but I will get you that information, my man.
Is anybody else ready to watch quite literally everything just take a dive? I am. I'm gonna make so much money from this. I think it's gonna be glorious. 1 minute.
1 minute.
No, I'm definitely. I mean, I got the diamond cutters out for this.
I don't know, man.
They have to make a decision either way. We're gonna make money from it regardless. But I think if if they're
I would just say remember who they're in bed with, the two earnings that are coming out tonight through Microsoft. With you got Bill Gates. Granted, he might not still be involved. Bill Gates works hand in hand with certain organizations. Then you got Google doing the same thing. We've seen what Google's capable of. We know what side Google leans. With those two earnings coming in tonight, with midterms right around the corner, expect both of them to do everything in their power and maybe somebody else's power to present an image that the economy is booming. That's my prediction, that we get good earnings out of them, regardless of how they are, how good they really are. Ding, ding, ding. Twitter closed at 52.85, up 2.5%.
immediate downside on the SPY. I'm looking for it to hold the 384.48 on the SPY, but I don't think it's going to do that. But today was a beautiful day.
It was. The Dow closed up 1.07%. S&P closed up 1.63%. NASDAQ closed up 2.25%. So I guess we got to wait and see now. See if this was some of... So we got Chipotle, Visa, Texas Instruments. Who else did I say? Chipotle,
there
Visa,
goes,
Texas
right there.
Instruments, Spotify, Alphabet, Microsoft.
There's the downside on the SPY that I was looking for, share-wise. No, I think we had a beautiful day in the neighborhood, like Mr. Rogers would always say.
Yep. And then tomorrow morning, guys, again, we got Boeing, Hilton, Kraft Heinz, General Dynamics, Thermo Fisher, and then a couple of fun ones. I wish I was just like playing these. Harley Davidson and Wingstop. Why can't we talk more about those kind of stocks?
Because you're going to lose your shirt. Because you're going to lose your shirt playing with things like that.
If I was able to get off of here tomorrow afternoon and be like, you know what? I played the stock market all day and I made bank off Harleys and chicken wings. People will be like, what is going on?
Hey, we can try. We can try. I'll look at them.
I mean, I don't know, man. With bird flu, I gotta go short. I got a short Wingstop. I mean, I'm from Buffalo. We don't like chain chicken wing establishments up here, so that's a no for me, dog.
All right, Randy.
Hey. All right, guys. It's been another day. We are 2 weeks and 2 days into this adventure, and I gotta say, I'm having a blast. I'm having a blast. If it wasn't for that stupid show last night, I would have got a lot more accomplished. I apologize to you guys. Blame Netflix. They seen me coming, and what happened was Nicky was gaming with his friends, so I'm like, I'll see what this is all about. I'll maybe watch the first episode. Next thing you know, he's snoring. I'm 6 episodes deep into this thing, and yeah, see, Grumpy made bank off D nuts, so anything is possible.
I sell these nuts like it's going out of style.
When a grumpy old man can make bank off of Krispy Kreme, that's what it's all about.
I mean, I'd work on Grumpy's Corner for him.
I would. But, guys, I'm going to go keep an eye on these earnings. Wow, did Google just tank before the earnings even came out?
Google tanked, and the SPY is doing it with it.
Google down 5%. Before the earnings even drop. Okay, it's going to be an interesting hour.
3%.
I'm going to go take care of the dogs, throw some food at the boy, and then I'm going to be covering that. So you guys that are in the Discord, we'll throw some updates in there as these earnings come out. So keep an eye out there. And everybody have a fantastic night. Enjoy the time with the loved ones. Do your thing. Enzo, thank you for being here today. As always, my friend. And all you guys out there, thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and we will get up tomorrow morning and do it all over again. All right, guys, everybody have a fantastic night, and tune in to see who shows up tomorrow morning. That's